Hello, good evening, everyone, and I hope everyone is doing great. I will be starting this in few minutes. You can always unmute your mic and ask a question.
Hello, Dan bhai. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So there's no phone connection. We are not using any mobile phone.
Um, there is, I mean, in the invite, there are local numbers you can call in, but Zoom is much better than Join Me. So I think this will be better even if you dial in from your computer.
Okay, so let me keep the way it is now. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you feel like, then you can later on, but there are local numbers in the invite.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Dishan, you cannot hear me? You can unmute. Okay, so Ashish is saying he's not able to connect. That's strange. Ashish just joined in. Very good. Okay. Ashish, good evening. Are you able to hear my voice now?
Alaikum Adman bhai. Yes, I can.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. So I will start in few minutes. Okay, let's begin, everyone. Thank you for joining in, everyone. This is Zoom meeting invite, and sorry for the confusion. In the invite, it says the class will be on Tuesday and Friday. Actually, so I will be fixing that for based on Toronto EST timing. The reason it is now showing Tuesday and Thursday because I cannot book in the past. I have to book for today or future. So in here in Sydney, it is past your time. So that's why I had to book it for based in Sydney timing. For the next one, it will be on the usual timing, which is EST Monday and Thursday evening. Okay, uh, so let's begin with previous with a review. So in the last lecture, what we in the last lecture. Okay, so just before that, I think there is in the Zoom you can also type question. You can type questions in the chat in WhatsApp chat as well if you have any questions. And in here, you can always unmute and ask a question as well. All you need to do is to just keep close to the mic and then ask a question. Zoom is much better than Join Me. So Join Me always had some issues in my other trainings as well, but I think Zoom is professionally used with all of the other within the companies when we meet. Okay. Okay, so if you have any questions, just type your question in the chat window, or also you can also unmute your mic and ask a question. So starting with our understanding where we are. So guys, we are all actually moving towards becoming a system admin and then later on cloud admin as well. So in order to become a system admin, what we need to do in order to become in order to become a system admin, well, a person needs to be an expert of servers, right? So this is what we are going towards. So server we are working on currently. We are working on server 2016, and server 2016 is basically is a server where nowadays it's used in all the organizations. Okay. Okay, so I can see Naveed is logged in, Ashish is logged in, Human and Salim and Zishan. Somebody dialed in from phone. This number 12263761662. Okay, so you're dialing in from the phone as well. So everyone is able to hear my voice?
Yes, sir. Now it's fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So just put your mic on mute, and whenever you want, you can unmute your mic and then ask a question. Okay. So guys, this training is to become a system admin. System admin is a person who is expert of servers, and in servers, what we already know that servers have operating system. Number one, servers have operating system. Number one, servers have operating system.
Sorry, Adnan bhai, there's this beeping sound that just keeps coming. Is it from this?
Yes, the beeping sound is when somebody joins in and somebody leaves
Oh,
in, then
okay.
it's a
Makes
beeping
sense.
sound. I'll just disable it.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay, so here we can see here here we can see that there is operating system, so system admin server 2016, and we already know that all servers have operating system. When you log into a server, then you need to work with applications. So in order to log into a server, what we can do is we can open VMware. So everyone, please open VMware in your machine and log into both of the servers. And once you're logged in the WhatsApp chat, just type in that you're logged in. So here I'm logging into the both servers.
So Danbhai, I have one problem.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, the second server, basically, I have practiced all these things. First of all, I need one problem on PowerShell. By mistaken, I have mentioned gateway. So how we can remove gateway from PowerShell?
From PowerShell, you have mentioned gateway, but you can,
Yeah.
okay, so which command did you use to configure the gateway? Did you follow any command line?
Same, sir. S configuration.
Oh, the sconfig,
Yeah,
sconfig.
S config. Yes, sir.
So you will use the same command. Just
Yeah,
open the,
same command. So unfortunately, this gateway is also showing. So I put the same IP on the gateway as well.
okay, it's fine. But what you can do is you can use the same sconfig command and go to the network settings. And when it asks for gateway, don't put anything. Then it will leave it blank.
Okay, right. Okay.
Okay.
And the second problem, sir, the problem is the second server. Basically, I make it all four drive and then I dismantle again, and now it's not opening because it's showing error that hard drive is. I think I'm not understanding the memory size. So it's showing that one error was showing that already exists. This drive is already exists. Although I deleted all the drive, but I don't know how its drive is showing in the VMware machine server too, sir.
Okay. You have TeamViewer ready?
Yes, sir.
So just open TeamViewer and then share the ID on WhatsApp, and I'll connect and we'll fix it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
And
sir.
with this error that you're showing in WhatsApp, that is a blue screen error. And sometimes everyone, if you're looking at the WhatsApp screen, this error comes due to sometimes when operating system doesn't understand what to do. So this error comes when operating system doesn't understand what to do, and sometimes this comes, and this error, this screen, if you ever see this screen in the real environment or in the test lab environment, this error is known as blue screen of death. Blue screen of death, which means that the computer just shuts down and then it goes back and then restarts. So it is fine, and sometimes it happens in servers. It is now less and less happen. Before, in 2003 server, 2008 server, 2012 server, this was normal. You get a blue screen of death just for anything. So in this case, Naveed, all you need to do, just let it restart and it will come back. And if it doesn't come back after this, if it doesn't, it should come back actually, because this is a temporary error. It should come back. Most of the time it comes back to normal server. But if it doesn't come back, then the only way is to just delete the server and recreate.
Sir, I have WhatsApp this meeting and ID and password.
You you shared the meeting and ID and password? Oh yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay. So guys, open your servers, everyone, and let's see what do you have in your servers. If possible, if please, I mean, this is my humble request. Please take a screenshot of your VMware and of your VMware with your servers and share it in the WhatsApp window.
Sorry, Adnan bhai, this is Naveed.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the screenshot I just sent on the group.
Yes, Naveed, I saw your
And this is
screenshot with the
basically
blue screen
happening
of
with
death.
me. So I
Yes.
open a VM. Yeah. So as soon as I open the virtual VMware, and as soon as I start any server, so this is basically happening. So what is the cause of this error message?
Yes, Naveed, I just so I just explained about the error message. This error message is known as blue screen of death. Okay, and this error message comes when server doesn't understand what to do. So it's just is it's just an error message, and this error message can be due to wrong memory. Sometimes it is due to corruption in the operating system. Sometimes it is due to but it I mean, in order to exactly see that what is the problem with the server, we have to dig into the logs, the server logs. So most of the time when you restart the server, it will automatically fix itself.
Correct.
Did
Okay.
you, is it restarted now?
Well, I'm scared because as soon as I launch VMware, and after that, as soon as I start my server, like everything basically goes. I saw this screen, and the laptop had to restart. So that's why I was completely logged off.
Okay. So if what is the screen now you're seeing?
Well, the laptop is turned on, and I'm going to restart my VMware.
Right, right.
But in case if I'm logged out, it means that like maybe I had to restart my laptop again.
Oh, yeah, sometimes that happens too. Yes.
Yeah.
So try
Okay,
it.
so my VMware is up at the moment.
Okay, very good. And try restarting the server as well.
Okay, I'm starting now. Server number 1.
Okay, so
Okay, so far so good.
okay. So Zishan, is this your machine?
Yes, sir. This is
Okay.
my.
Okay, so what was the issue with this?
Sir, I'll show you.
Yes.
Sir, first issue is this one.
Right. So first issue is,
What happened, sir? I make it for a drive as you instructed, and then I dismantle it, and then again when I was trying to again, so it's showing that this drive is already exists.
so you're on this server number 2 where you have two
Yes.
disks, disk number 1
Yes.
and disk number 2. For now, we see two disks. So should I start
Yeah.
the server now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
But hold on, why are you giving 32 GB of memory to this?
Because sir, I was trying. I started with the smaller, I mean 2 4, but it was not working, so I put
Okay,
it
so it was
32.
not working. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see, everyone on the screen. We need to manage VMs on this, and Naveed, sorry, Adishan, what we need to do, you always need to keep the memory that is less than the memory of your host machine. So first of all, let's see how much memory do you have in total. So I will go into Task Manager in your machine, in your
Right.
computer, and then I will go into performance, and here it shows me that you have total memory is 16 GB. Okay,
Right.
so
Right.
in any case you cannot go more than 16 GB. This is number one. So which means that this computer will not start because it
Mhm.
couldn't find 32 GB in the host computer. Okay,
Right.
so that is one reason. And plus these servers, even if you go with 4 GB or 6 GB, that will be enough. So I'm going to decrease this to, so okay, so now the thing is that everything is grayed out because this machine is is in the pause state. So pause simply means that this computer is in between power off and on. So it is in between the state. So unless this machine is completely shut down, then you will be able to change this. Okay. So now we are kind of stuck in this. So in order to fix this, what we need to do, we need to go back to where the server is. So for example, if I just move my mouse, if you're looking at the mouse, everyone, and you might get this error message as well at one point or another. Sometimes the virtual machines are stuck. So sometimes the virtual machines are stuck, and in the real environment as well. So in
Yeah.
this case, we need to
Adnan bhai,
know where the
my
machine.
question. Adnan bhai,
Yes, yes, go ahead.
sir, as you showed me the memory 15 with the task manager.
Right,
But
right.
here hard drive is showing. I thought, sir, this 60 GB is my virtual machine
No,
memory.
no, no. Okay, okay. So it's fine. It's fine. Somebody, sometimes we are confused in the beginning. So the memory it is talking about is this memory. So this is the RAM which is the waiting area. So which is the waiting area where all of the information stays before it is sent to CPU. Remember, this is
Right.
the waiting area, and this is the
Yeah.
disk.
Okay. Right.
Okay, so this is
Right.
fine. So always whenever you're working with this memory of VM, always look at this memory
Okay.
in
Right.
the task manager.
Right. Right, sir.
Okay, so now in order to fix this, I need to go back to where the server is stored. So server is stored. How do you know where the server is stored? If you're looking at the mouse on the screen, if I go here, there is a small tooltip comes. Uh, so there should be, hold on. So I need to go here. So this tooltip where it's showing right under the mouse that I need to go to C drive and then users folder, Dell document, virtual machine, and this is SRV4. Your server name is SRV4. I need to go to this location. Okay, so now
Right.
I will go to this location, go to documents and virtual machines. And here you have lot of servers here, which maybe you might not need. You need all of these too?
No, sir. I don't need now.
Okay, okay, you don't need them. So first of all, let's go into this server. So this is the server which is stuck. So now in order to fix this, I need to delete these two folders. So which is crashes and number two, this LCK link folder. So let's delete the folder and see that if it can fix the issue. No, it is not fixing this because it is. Let me see if I can reset power off. Let's see if I can power off this server. Okay, now it is powered off, and now I can edit the machine, and now I can decrease the memory. So I can decrease it to 4 GB. 4 GB is fine. And now we can start. So while it is starting, Zishan, you can, you can delete these servers.
Okay.
Hold on. So what is the memory you've provided to all of the others?
Now it's started, sir.
Zishan, are you here? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
I think I lost your,
Your voice is.
yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Now your voice is clear.
Okay. So I think I lost your
VMware?
team viewer.
TeamViewer. I'll give it to you, sir, again. This remote. Sir, 112
Okay, hold on. I have to one. I know the ID. What is the password?
33WN7P.
Okay, 33WN7P.
W7P. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are back in business and start VMware again, please. Oh, okay. So the same problem. So we will fix the memory issue here with all of them. And so just keep it to 2 GB. 2 GB is fine for all of them.
Right, sir.
Okay. So then it will run properly. Here you have 558 with the client 2 GB. And on this one, this is 2 GB is fine for all of them so that it can run smoothly.
Okay.
Okay, so I think all will be okay now. So if you have a problem, just let me know. I'll disconnect.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Right, sir. Thank you.
So everyone, we're working on the server 2016. So this is my server 2016. We are all logged in to the server. Okay, so recap from the last lecture. In the last lecture, we were talking about the disk. So this storage is equal to. Just let me see that if this is being recorded.
Adnan bhai, I have a question too.
Yes, please go ahead.
We have for Windows 10, do we have a key product number? Because I tried to install Windows 10, they asked me product key.
You tried to install Windows 10 and then what happened?
They asked me for product key.
The product key. Yes. No. So for Windows 10, when it asks for product key, there is an option in the at the bottom that says that skip the product key, and then it will be just an evaluation version.
Because for me, get failed and I couldn't go through. For this reason, I installed Windows 7 as a client machine.
Okay. So for Windows 10, which version have you selected, the consumer version or the business version?
I have just one in the chat in the ISO through the ISO.
From the Google Drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the Google Drive, whenever you install Windows 10, Human, whenever you install Windows 10, when you are in the installation, it will give you few options to select a business version, consumer version, and then one was, I think uh, it was it was something like a student version. So if you select the consumer version, then it won't ask you for the key. So try again with that.
Sure.
Okay. Yes, Alamgir, you can ask a question. Alamgir, you raised your hand. Okay. Alamgir raised his hand, but he's not asking a question.
Could I ask a question instead?
Again, Human, can you repeat that, please?
I was for the lab and I start to learn mirror, but still I have an issue why we add the more hard drive. I
Yes, yes,
didn't.
I'll go through this today.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so everyone, let's start with this. So I'm going to quickly recap what we have covered. So all your questions, so for your questions and answers, we use a WhatsApp group for all your questions. If you have a question, type your question in the WhatsApp group. I have a WhatsApp group and I can also see your names. And if you have a question, you can raise your hand from the chat window as well. So here, uh, we were talking about the server. We already know what server is. Server is this computer, and servers are used in all organizations. Rogers, Dell, Bell, airports, everywhere these servers are used. In the cloud, servers are used as well. And what we need to master in these three training is to become a master of the server. Now, master of the server, which means that we need to know inside out of the server. So the very first stop was operating system. In the first lecture, we learned about server and the operating system. Okay, and what do you need to know about the operating system? You need to know how to install it. You need to know how to log into the operating system. So the basic things we have covered in this server. And the second lecture is about the disk, and then the last lecture we talked about that storage is equal to a disk, and storage is very important part of the server, just like storage is a very important part at home. So we have all different type of storages at home, and we use that storage. If you don't have a space at home, then you cannot bring in more furniture, you cannot make it more beautiful, you cannot make your home more usable when guests are visiting your place. And if you have, so storage is very very important even in real life and in servers as well. And then we talked about that in the servers, the storage in the disk, all of the data is stored in the form of MBs and GBs. So all of the storage, all of the data is stored in the form of MBs and GBs. uh, so uh, Okay, so Bhatti Saab is saying Zoom we are using for the first time and hope everything goes good. Don't worry, man. Just take it easy. It will go good. It's just a meeting invite. So yes, yes. So that's the spirit. Just I mean, don't take things so seriously that it start capturing the complete mind. We take things easily and then easily we become expert, so we just take it easy. Okay, so my question to Bhatti Saab, uh, is, so you can unmute your mic. Can I talk to you? Unmute your mic, please. Bhatti Saab, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Okay, sir. So
Okay,
I am
very
good.
good. So my question to you is, can you see the screen?
Yeah, actually, what happened? I have like two laptops. One was, I think, not supporting it. So, like, I just got my daughter's mini iPad.
Oh, okay,
Mm,
okay, I got it. I got
So
it.
that's why. But
Okay, it's
like,
fine.
otherwise, I can't work on my like laptop. That's otherwise I could do like with, the
So now,
previous.
so now you have two laptops. On one you have the lab, and the other one you have the meeting.
Oh, yes,
Okay,
but it's a very smaller screen,
okay,
so that's
okay.
okay. No
No
problem.
problem,
I'm
no problem. Maybe I can work with you after this class, and we can fix the Zoom on your other computer as well.
sure. I will check. No problem, sir.
Okay.
So you know these
So,
stuff, but I'm good. Thank you. No problem.
so can you talk a little bit about what you see on the screen? What is on the screen?
Yes, sir. I'm just seeing the whatever the lecture you explained the day before yesterday. I mean, in the last class.
Right.
about the disk sizes,
Okay.
and so far I can see this one only.
Okay, very good. So what I mean by, can you explain a little bit about a difference between a kilobyte and a megabyte and gigabyte?
So kilobyte, 1 kilobyte, like it 1024 bytes make 1 kilobyte, and
Yes,
then 1024 KB makes one like megabyte,
right,
and
right.
yeah, then 1024 megabytes make 1 gigabyte, and then 1024 gigabyte make 1 TB, and then 1024 TB makes one P, I forgot,
Petabyte. Okay.
petabyte.
Very good,
Petabyte.
very good. Excellent. And one more question about this. What is 1 byte equal to?
It's eight
8 bits.
8 byte, 8 bits. Yeah.
Very good, very good. Excellent. And can you, I know that maybe I have not explained this. Why is it 1024 and why is it not 1000?
Uh, because I think actual size is 124. It's not 1000. That's why, right?
Yes. So for everyone, let me give you this reason. And the reason for this is the reason for where is the annotation? So reason for this is because computer use binary language. Computer use, so there is something called binary language. Binary language meaning that this language has only 2 digits. So 0 and 1. And this is why it is known as binary language, whereas in real life we use decimal language. So decimal language means we have 10 digits and we use 10 digits in all our mathematics. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 9. And combination of these, our complete decimal system exists. So this is the decimal system. So since it is just 2 digits, and when you take the power of 2, guys, what are we understanding? We are trying to understand why is it 1024 and why not 1000. So it is 1024 because 2 raised to the power 2 is 2 raised to the power 2 is 4, and then 2 raised to the power 4 is 8, and then 16, and then 32, and then 64, and then 128, which is, and at the end, if you combine it, this is 512, and then it reaches to 1024. So the thousand of binary language is 1024 and the thousand of decimal language is 1000. So this is why in IT 1000 is 1024 because the thousand of binary language, just remember this for this reason. Thank you. Thank you, Bhatti
Alan.
Saab. Actually, I'm calling you Bhatti Saab because your username is Bhatti Saab.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, very good. Okay, and Naveed, are you online?
Yes, sir, I'm online.
Okay, very good. So if I am going on to the second screen here. So can you talk a little bit about on the screen? What do you see on the screen and anything, any 2 or 3 points?
Yes, Adnan bhai, I can see this is a hard drive, and mostly in the servers there are which are being used is hard disk drive or SSD drives. So initially, what happened that when we install a new disk in the computer, so it is not formatted, and we cannot use it. But
Right.
we have to format it, and after this format, we can use the hard disk drive. So like the innermost track which is made after formatting is basically the 0, which is the master boot record. And master boot record is a special type of boot sector at the very beginning of the partition computer or mass storage devices. This is basically all in removable drives and as well as on fixed drives as well. And if the master boot record, which is MBR, is deleted or gone due to any kind of reason, then the whole hard disk drive will not work at all, and it will be corrupted.
Excellent, excellent. Very good. So many hearts for you. Excellent. You have learned,
Oh, thank you.
you have reviewed your notes. So guys, thank you so much, everyone. Reviewing of notes is very, very important for all of us. So from time to time, we will be discussing, we will be making it more and more interactive in order to become more and more expert in this. So
So you
uh,
gave him too many hearts.
yes, too many. Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
But home minister is also listening. Be careful.
Home minister is also, yes, I know the home
Well,
minister.
actually I'm not scared because I'm using Bluetooth, so I'm safe. And
Mashallah,
one
mashallah.
thing which I forgot after MBR is basically GPT. GPT is a newer form of MBR, and it's a
Exactly.
new technology which can repair MBR. GPT is great partitioning something. I don't
Grid
have that
partition
in my
table.
mind.
Grid
Yeah, there
partition
you
table.
go.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. Excellent, everyone. The next thing that we need to learn today is the number array. So I'm going to make it simpler now, everyone. So everyone is attentive and we're taking notes here. Guys, remember that this is not difficult and this is easier to remember if we just keep on reviewing what we have learned. So right here, so far what we know. So far what we know is servers. The server we are using is server 2016, number one. And number two is within the server, now we have two servers and one client. So we have two servers, one client, both servers are 2016 and the client is Windows 10. And in the last lecture, we learned about the storage, and storage is equal to a disk. And the disk is of two types. Disk is of two types. The older disk, which is 3.5 inch, 3.5 inch disk, and there is 2.5 inch disk. So 3.5 inch disk is known as HDD, which is hard disk drive. It's an older, it's older drive. It is older drive, whereas 2.5 inch disk is a newer drive. It is SSD. It is called SSD, solid state drive. So here I'm going to write here HDD and HDD. So HDD is hard disk drive, whereas solid state drive. And this one is faster. This one is faster and more expensive. This one is older, slower, and cheaper. Okay. So in order to work with these, drives, which is right here. So I'm gonna go. Okay, we are on module 2. So module 2 is about disk type. So we also talked about MBR and GPT. MBR is a partition table. So MBR is a partition table, which we remember that the partition table or MBR, which is master boot record. So master boot record, what do we know about master boot record? Master boot record is basically the first track, on the first track where all of the disk information is stored. So we know that when we get a new disk, number one, when we get a new disk, it is unformatted, unusable. So it is unformatted, unusable. It is unformatted and unusable. So, Salim, if you're listening to me, can you unmute your mic? Can you tell me how can we make it usable? So Do we remember anything from the last lecture? How can you make a new disk usable? The question is for Salim. Okay, so maybe Salim is trying to find the mute button on the system. It's fine. You can take your time. So so Ashish, can you tell me how can I make this new disk usable? Ashish.
You have to go to computer. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Hello. Oh, perfect. There we go. So you just need to go to computer manager, bring their disk online, add it, give it a format, and basically have it
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I was looking for the word format. Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so whenever you have a new disk, it is unformatted, unusable. It's not usable. It's unusable. So we can make it usable by formatting it. So we format a disk, and then it becomes usable. And what is the meaning of formatting it? The formatting, what it does on the metallic plate inside the disk, it makes tracks. It makes these circles, it makes the tracks, and we can remember, and on these tracks the information is stored. So on these tracks, the all of the disk information is stored. So the disk information will be stored in the form of ones and zeros. It is stored here, it is stored here, and it is so this MBR and GPT information, it is stored on track 0 right here, so which is the track 0. So this is track 0. So on track 0, the information is stored. This is known as MBR. So guys, if MBR, if this track 0 of the disk is corrupted, or if this is deleted, or if this is damaged, and if it is damaged, then the complete disk is gone. Why? Because MBR has all of the file information. So it has the file information. It's saying that file 1 is on track 0 and cylinder 1, and file 2 is on track is on track 3 and cylinder 1. So it's like this. So this information now with MBR also has that information that in how many partitions you can divide the disk. In how many partitions you can divide the disk. So let's say I have total capacity of disk is 1 TB. 1 TB of disk capacity. If we are using MBR as a technology for the disk, then the disk can only be divided into 4 partitions. So guys, this is a new information for today. This disk can only be divided into 4 partition. Why? Because this is a standard partition table format. It was introduced in 1980. So this is very, very old technology, and this was introduced in 1980. And with this disk, with this type of disk formatting, you can have total of 4 partitions of this disk. So total of 4 partitions simply means that if this is 1 terabyte disk, I can have 4, I can divide it into 4. So maybe I can divide it into 501 partition, 500 GB. And the second one, I can have it on 300 GB, just 2 partition. And then the third one, I can have 100 GB, and the other 100 GB. So it cannot go more than 4 partitions. So guys, for a disk that is size 1 TB, so if it is 1 TB of size, and you are dividing it into 4 drives, so I mean, normally with this type of disk, there is no reason to divide it into 4 types. Why? Because your disk is already 1 TB, and there is no point in dividing into. But guys, in servers where you have 100 terabytes, where you have 100 terabytes of servers, there it makes sense that you divide the disk into small different partitions. So the question here is, why do we need to divide the disk into different partitions? Guys, it is exactly the same reason why we divide things among different people in the real life. So for example, if you have $1,000 and then you need to divide it among your family, then you can say, 500 goes to this person and 300 goes to that person, so they will use according to their own requirement. So even in the disk is so when we have a disk of 100 TB, I can use let's say I can use 200 TB, 200 TB for the office storage, 200 TB for the office use storage, and then 200 TB for the internet files. So I can divide the disk according to my own requirement. This is why we need to partition. Partition simply means to divide the disk and use it according to your own need of organization. But here the important thing is that in MBR, there can only be 4 partitions. There cannot be more partitions. Number one. So how many partitions? It can only have 4 partitions. Number two is that MBR can only see the disk which is up to 2 TB. So MBR cannot see more than 2 TB. So if in the server, nowadays in servers, there is more and more disk. Nowadays in the servers, there is a disk of 50 TB or maybe 300 TB disk, or maybe 750 or 70 TB. So MBR will not see it, and MBR has only the eyes or capacity to manage 2 TB. Now, so for that reason, Microsoft came up with GPT. GPT, in the GPT, you can make 128 partitions. Number one, you can have 128 partition, and it can work with 18 exabyte. So it can work with 18 exabyte.
Sir, I have a
Adnan
question
bhai,
here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. If like MBR can support only 2 TB, while GPT can support up to 128 TB, right? So why like MBR is still in the system? Like why it's in
Right.
use? Like
So MBR is there just for backward compatibility. Backward. So all of the servers that are configured with MBR from before, Microsoft didn't wanted to just remove this. It is just for their help. So if they are coming, they can upgrade to GPT.
so how old is MBR? Like it came in 2008 or like after like 2012 or
So
2000?
MBR is, and it first time introduced in 1980, long time back.
So that means it supports up till like 2019 server, right?
It can support all the way from server 2000 to 2019. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Adnan bhai,
Yes, please go ahead.
this I want to ask you one thing, that this partition, when can we make this partition? What is the best time to make a partition? Like anytime, even when the server is ready and the like applications have been installed, or before the installation of the other applications.
Yes. Yes, guys. I'll repeat the question. The question is, when is the good time to make these partitions? So partition, we make these partitions according to our own requirement. Okay. So which means, let's say I bought this new disk, and this new disk is in my computer. So let's say this disk is 1 TB in size. So it is written right here. It is a bit blurred, but it is 1 TB in size. Right. So let's think of your own notebook or your own laptop. In the laptop, most of the time, it is recommended to make 2 partitions. One partition for your operating system, which is C drive. So physically, it is just one disk. But we make 2 partitions, C drive and D drive. In D drive, we keep our personal stuff. So I'm talking about the home laptop, everyone. So in the home laptop, we make 2 partitions, 2 different partitions. The reason is that on D drive, we keep our personal stuff like movies, pictures, and everything. Whereas in C drive is considered only as system partition, where we keep the operating system. Okay. And we keep the size of this is, let's say, 100 GB or 200 or to 200 GB. Now I will tell you the reason why do we need to have two disks in our laptop in the home laptop. And the reason is that if the operating system dies, if this system is crashed, maybe C drive can completely gone, can be deleted, or it can be crashed, but it won't affect anything on D drive. Your D drive will be safe, which means that your all personal information, your pictures, your family stuff, your documents will be safe because it is sitting in the other drive. On the other hand, if I would have had only C drive and everything is kept in C drive, and then this one drive crashes, then everything is gone. So this is one reason why we keep two different drives. So for example, on my computer, if I can show you, I have C drive, D drive, E drive, and F drive. Now this is in physical. I have only two physical disks, which is divided into C and D drive. On C drive, this is just for system information, whereas in D drive, I have all my other stuff, all my trainings and everything. So if C drive goes down, it won't affect the D drive. Okay.
Okay, so Adan bhai,
Yes.
so at this stage, like I do have 1 terabyte SSD in my laptop, right?
Right.
So if I want, can I make the partition at the moment?
Yes.
Okay,
So your question is that if you can make a partition now, since you have 1 terabyte, right?
correct.
Right. So guys, what happens is partition can only be made in the beginning. Partition is only be made in the beginning. For example, you have a server. You have a new server, and then you in the when you have a new server, you have the opportunity in the beginning that you can make a partition of your server. You can make it into 2 or 3, but once it is made it is made as one drive, then it will be very difficult for you to partition the server because your information is everywhere on the disk. In order to make a separate partition, you have to have a lot of free space that you need to partition.
Okay, sir, if there are like a partition, can you make it like one?
If there are 2 or 3 partitions, can you make it as one disk? Yes, it is
Yes, sir.
possible, but again, it will be at the expense of existing data. Okay. So let me first answer both of your questions. Your both questions are related. First of all, your first question is about your first question, and this is related to our topic. And the reason is, so let's say I have a server. So this is my server. If you're looking at the screen, everyone, so this is my server, and within this server, I have this disk. So this is my server, and this is the disk. So right in the beginning, the disk is new and the server is new. And when you make an operating system, when you install an operating system, basically it will ask you, okay, how many partitions do you need? So in the beginning, we decided, okay, I only need one disk, and what it does, it will create one disk of 1 terabyte, one complete terabyte. Okay, and then what happens is this disk is like this, and then on the in the disk you will store the operating system. Guys, what are we trying to understand? Everyone, this is a very important topic, and we are trying to understand that how does it look like when you have a disk. So the question was about, can I make a partition? Can I make a partition when the operating system is running, or can you make a partition now on your notebook? This is one question. And the second question is, can you remove a partition and make it one? And make it one disk. So I'm trying to explain this. So the reason why we cannot change anything while the server is running or while your laptop is running is because of this. So when the first time was when the server was made, and when the first time when the new disk is there, you install the operating system, then you created some files, then you created some folders as well. And in reality, this all information is stored in the metallic plates. Remember that there are metallic plates, and then there are tracks, and then there are cylinders. So this all information, and guys, everyone, this understanding is required when you troubleshoot in the real environment as well. So all these information is stored. So somewhere here there is operating system, somewhere here there are files, somewhere here there is folder. So in so it is like when you build a house in real world. So when you build a house, so in order to build a house or a colony or maybe a community, you need a big land. And then on that big land you make houses. One house is made here, the other house is here, the other house is here. So now, since you have people living in, when you have houses, it is very difficult to repartition this area. Because why? Because then now you have to disturb some people and ask them, I need this part of the land for something else, and then you need to remove the house and move it. So guys, in the disk, it is exactly the same case. In the disk, you cannot repartition once the partitions are made, because the data is everywhere within the disk. So if you repartition, definitely you will be disturbing something on the disk. So I'll go back to that question. What is the right time to make the partition? The right time to make the partition is right in the beginning, when you have a new server and a new disk, or at any point in time when you buy a new disk. So let's say my server is running, but I now need a new disk. I will go into the market and get a new disk. So now I have a chance that I can, before I use it, I make partitions. So for that reason, when we get a new disk, we will decide wisely and make the partitions.
So I have a question again related to the same scenario.
Right.
So once you make a partition, suppose it's 128 GB and you use maybe half of it, 60 GB, suppose,
Right.
and whatever is left, right, it's a raw disk, right? So then it will be easy to add the disk in the like 60 GB, the leftover, whatever leftover is.
Okay, so your question is that, let's say we have a new disk which is
Yes,
128 GB, right? And then
yes,
we used 60 GB, and 60 GB is left as raw disk. We haven't used the 60 GB, right?
yes, sir.
So yes, if it is a raw disk and it's not formatted, then you can always add it to the existing disk. But if it was formatted from the beginning, then you cannot add it.
So you use as a different folder type, right? Like,
Exactly. You will use it as it won't be a raw disk anymore.
yes. Oh,
Okay. So everyone, let's look at the disk here. So we were talking about the GPT and MBR. MBR is a master boot record. So what do we need to remember about this? We need to remember the only thing that we need to remember on this is that the only thing we need to remember on this is that MBR is the partition table. MBR is older partition table. GPT interview question is, what do you know about MBR and GPT? Your answer is MBR is a partition table where all of the partition information is stored of the disk. Basically, you just need to remember this table, that file 1 is stored in track 1 and track cylinder 1 and so on. And plus MBR is older technology. It cannot see more than 2 TB, and it can only have 4 partition. Whereas GPT is a newer technology, and it can see 128 partition, and it can manage the size of 18 exabyte. So then comes the second thing, which is known as a basic disk and dynamic disk. So basic disks are initialized for basic storage and default storage for the Windows operating system, whereas dynamic disk can be modified without restarting the Windows system. Provides several options of configuring the volume. Disk volume requirement requires a system volume for hardware specific files and the boot volume for the Windows operating system. Okay, so from this slide, what we need to remember is that once you get a new disk, so I got a new disk which is a new disk of, let's say, 2 TB. So 2 TB of a disk, and this disk can be, I can use it as a basic disk, or I can use it as a dynamic disk. Now, what is the difference between a basic disk and dynamic disk? A basic disk is basically a normal disk, which is just like the one that you're using now in your computer. So now in your laptop, the disk we have is a basic disk. But what is a dynamic disk? Dynamic disk can be formatted, can be modified without restarting the computer system, and provide several options for configuring the volume. Now, guys, I can tell you that dynamic disk is was introduced first time is Server 2012. It was introduced in Server 2012 first time, and then in the dynamic disk, it is said that once you change from basic to a dynamic disk, it cannot go back. So this is one thing to remember, that in dynamic disk you can do some new functions, like you can extend the existing disk. So for example, if I have 60 GB, I want to make it 80 GB. So without restarting of a computer, I can increase the disk size. And you cannot do this in the basic disk. In the basic disk, you always have to shut down a server, and then you can increase the size of a disk. So this is why it is known as dynamic. I mean, in real world, in our real life, dynamic is something that is dynamic, that has some features in it. Basic is just a basic car, like a basic car, a manual car, or a automatic car. So a dynamic disk has some features, but then it has some drawbacks as well. It has some drawbacks as well. And because of those drawbacks, because of those disadvantages, dynamic disk is not famous. Nobody's using, in the companies, we don't use dynamic disk. Because dynamic disk, once you change it to basic to dynamic, you cannot go back. Number one, going back, you cannot change it back to basic. And number two, dynamic disk can only be accessed on the system that can understand the dynamic disk. For example, if I have so first of all, when you get a new disk, it will be formatted. You will format it, right? So once it is formatted, then you can use it. So I have an operating system on this as a C drive. So you get a new disk from Canada Computers. Let's say you went to Canada Computers and you got a new disk, and then you format it, and now it is usable. And now basically when you format a disk, if it is of basic type. So it is normally the disk is of basic type unless you change it to dynamic. So you were using it, but now you wanted to use that feature of dynamic, which is automatically increase the size if it is required. But as soon as you change it to dynamic disk, then your other servers, the older technology servers, for example, if you have in your environment any 2008 server or any 2003 server, the older servers, they first of all, they won't recognize this disk. So this disk, so these server won't even be able to see this disk. So which is a huge drawback for many companies for a few years back. But now server 2012 and 2016, they all can recognize dynamic disk. Maybe they start using it, but at the moment, nobody's using dynamic disk. So this is one thing. So from this slide, just remember that this can be a basic disk or it can be dynamic disk. What is the big difference between the two? The big difference is just this: it can be modified without restarting a server, which means it can be extended or it can be reduced without restarting a computer system. So guys, next thing is what we need to know about the file system. So this slide is about a file system. Now, what is a file system? File system basically tells the disk how it needs to store the file so how it needs to store the file within the disk. So in the notes, first of all, I'm gonna say here that we talk about file system. So file system, so first of all, the definition of a file system is And guys, this information that I'm writing here, this will help you within the interviews as well. And these are those one-liners that you say, that you tell that which is the answer of the questions that are asked within the interview. So, for example, if somebody asks you what is a file system, basically it defines the way the files and folders how the files and folders are stored on the disk. So file system defines the way how the files and folders are stored on the disk. So what is the example from the real life? The example is any format of document, So I'm gonna say, example is any format of document. Guys, everyone, let me know if, okay, it's fine. You can type if I mean I'm sure everyone is attentive. I need your attention, everyone. I need your attention. So any format of a document. So what is a format of a document? So this is an example. A format of a document. Let's say a passport. Passport. Our all passports, and we know what passport is. Passport has a specific format. I mean, it has a specific format. So what is the format of a passport? Passport has a format. On the first page, it has our information. So on the first page, it has our information, passport, and then on the other pages, it has, you can have different type of visas and stamps and all that. So on other pages, but on all of the pages, there is some logo, all pages has some format like country information, logo, and also passports have chips in it, and chips in the passport. So guys, this is known as the format of the passport, format of the document. Guys, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand today a file system. A file system defines the way how the files and folders are stored on the disk. So example is format of any document. So passport is one example. Can you think of any other example? If you can think of any other example, just type in the chat, just type in the WhatsApp group that what other type of documents you know of that has a specific format. Let's say any immigration documents. Documents, they all have different format. Like you start with the first name, last name, and then address, then phone number, then relative information, your past 10 years information, and all that, your immigration documents. So this is exactly what is known as a file system. So it is a special format that in which the information will be stored on the disk. Okay, so remember, in the context of a disk, we knew that we bought a new disk. When you get a new disk, so we get a new disk, and then we format the disk, and then while formatting, we need to select should it be MBR or should it be GPT. Let's say we select it to be MBR disk. And once you select this, then it will ask you for the file system. And file systems are of three types. File systems, so here it will ask for file system, and file systems is of three types. So I'm gonna say file system is of three types. So how many types? Three types. Number one is FAT32. Let's go back to the slide here. So number one is FAT file system. Second one is NTFS file system. And third one, REFS file system. So FAT file system, it's a basic file system. It's a partition size limitations. And then it was upgraded to FAT32 to enable large disk. And then it was upgraded to exFAT developed for flash drives. So the second file system is NTFS file system. It has its own advantages, and the latest file system is REFS. So let me give you a very basic information, very simple information about this file system. Number one, FAT file system. FAT file, actually, I'll write that in the notes. So number one is FAT. FAT stands for file allocation table. File allocation table. So this file system is the old file system. I'm going to call this FS as file system. So here I'm going to call this as FS. So it is an old file system. Number one, there is limitations so in this file system, there was limitations of partitions. Number one, and number two is it's an old file system. It has limitations in operations. Number one. Number two is, and then it was upgraded to FAT32. It was upgraded to FAT32. So it was upgraded to FAT32, but this file system, the FAT file system, or you cannot have permissions. You cannot set up permissions. You cannot set up permissions. You cannot set up permissions in this. I mean, so which means that with FAT and FAT32 partition, there is no security. No security in this. So this is why Microsoft invented the second file system, which is known as NTFS. So NTFS, which is short for new technology. New technology file system. And the difference between this is that here you can it has all features of FAT and FAT32. So includes all features of FAT and FAT32, but now the difference is you can have security and permission in this file system. You can have security and permissions in this FS. So that's the big difference, that if you have NTFS, you can have security. If you have FAT, you cannot have security. And then Microsoft invented the latest file system, which is REFS, and REFS stands for resilient file system. So resilient file system. So guys, how do you remember all this? All you need to remember, if you can remember from the name, so FAT stands for file allocation table, F for FAT, F for file, A for allocation, T for table. File allocation table, it's an older technology. It has some limitations, but and the latest one is FAT32, which is FAT was upgraded to FAT32. Then Microsoft, instead of upgrading this to FAT64, they just invented a new file system, which is known as NTFS. NTFS is a network new file system. Sorry, it was new file system, new technology file system. So you can remember NTFS, new technology file system. I'm sure you're repeating the words after me so that you can remember it for a longer time. So new technology file system. So that includes all features, FAT and FAT32. So you can have security and permission in this file system. And then REFS is resilient file system. It is a newer file system, and let's see what that is. Here it is backward compatibility to NTFS, enhanced data verification and error correction, and support for large files and directories and volumes. So it has everything that is in FAT and NTFS, and also it has some new features, but basically it's just a file system. It is just a simple file system. So for this one, I'm just gonna add the same thing within the notes.
So, sir, I have a question.
Yes, please
This
go ahead.
fat is still like in the business?
Fat is still there, but we don't use fat normally now.
Yeah, because if it doesn't have permissions, definitely clients cannot get any accesses, right?
No, no, no. Client can have access. It's the other way around because you cannot set up permissions. Everyone, whoever has access to the disk, they can see everything in the disk,
Okay.
right? So, which means if your disk is of FAT32 type, then what happens is then everyone can see everything in the disk. Okay, so it's that other way
It's
around.
upgraded one, right, sir?
Hmm?
This one is upgraded one, right? The older version I am talking about.
You're talking about the FAT or FAT32?
No, FAT32 and FAT32 is like newer one, right? It's
It, it,
upgraded one, right?
it's an
So
upgraded to FAT, yes.
yes. So I'm just like if FAT32 is in progress, if it's in business, so I don't know like how FAT is still in the business. That's my question,
Oh
right?
yes, your question is that if there is no permission and security, why people still use it, right?
Yes, sir. Like, yeah, that was my point because and also it's upgraded, right? Like FAT32, right?
Yes, 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 you're right. Because FAT is upgraded to FAT32 and it has new features, then why don't just people use
Permissions
it?
too, right?
Right? So people still use it. People still use it. I mean, they use it to on their small USB drives where they don't worry about permissions. But FAT32 is not normally used in the organizations. So all organizations we use NTFS within all organizations.
Oh,
Okay.
so
So at
basically, this one is
home,
for small use.
we might be using FAT32.
Okay, so fat and fat 32 is just for small usage and like for like like industries and corporations they use anti-FS, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So let's look at this. So guys, everyone, I need your eyes on the screen. So everyone, just look at the screen and see that how do we know that what type of disk we have. So what type of disk we have, I can go into my disk here and then I can right click on the disk, right click on any disk. So first of all, you can open Windows Explorer, then you click on my PC on your notebook or maybe on your laptop or maybe on your server. Just go to this PC and then right click on this and then in the properties just go to properties and in the properties here it says the file system is NTFS. So this is where you see that what type of disk you have. So everyone just look at your disk and open the screen and see what is the file system it is showing on your screen. Oh, there is a chat here. Okay, very good. See, I'm learning now. I was just looking, trying to find where the chat is in this Zoom. So there is a chat. Very good. Okay. Okay. Now we're okay. So here, Vishan is saying he has NTFS, and Naveed is saying NTFS. Okay, very good. Okay. And what about the others? Wasim and Salim and Alamgir, what are your operating system? We are too quiet. Salim is not talking. Wasim is
Sir,
not.
who is Alishba?
Alishba, Naveed. I think Alishba is Naveed.
Okay. I think Naveed Bhai is Alishba. Okay, fine.
Yeah, she is my daughter. Where do you see that
Okay.
name?
Understood, sir.
I have
Where,
my
yeah,
driver's iPad
where
too.
did you see that name actually?
Because it's showing Naveed bhai when you message na from Alishba to everyone.
Oh, really? On
Yeah.
WhatsApp?
No,
No,
no, not on
this
WhatsApp. Here,
Oh,
here,
on WhatsApp.
here on Zoom, Zoom.
message,
Oh,
Zoom
on Zoom.
message.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
I see. Okay. Well, maybe the computer name is Alishba, so
yeah.
that's why.
My,
Yeah, that's
my
my daughter's name is Aisha, so it's showing me too.
I see.
Okay, okay, very good.
no problem.
So let's look at some people who are not talking at the moment. So we have Salim. Salim, are you able to listen to this conversation and can you see the chat window?
Sir, my question is like if by forcefully if we got the we have to make a partition. So is it like can we make partition although the system already installed everything is fine?
Uh, so your question is that if you have a disk and it is
Yes,
running, can you repartition it?
yes, sir.
Yes, you can repartition it, but then there will be a risk of destroying everything. So, I mean, making partition on a running computer, running disk may destroy your existing information.
Okay. And so partition happens only when you install your Windows. For example, if I reinstall Windows, so I can make partition.
Exactly, exactly. Right in the beginning, partition happens in two times. One, when you install a new server, number one, and secondly, when you get a new disk.
Yeah.
So when you get a new disk, you have a chance to basically
Yeah.
repartition a disk.
Because you know why, sir? Because in Pakistan, Windows CD you are getting only 40 dirham or 40 rupees. So every day, my friend is making a new partition when he installed the Windows.
Okay,
Sir,
okay, I understand.
Yeah,
I have a
yeah.
question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. Still, we are halfway, but I think we will know it. But just maybe you can explain. So
Yes,
how we know that this we need this file system in the real environment? How you
right,
decide?
right. So your question is about that. How do you know that when do you have to select FAT and NTFS and
Yes.
REFS, right?
Yeah, got it.
So the thing is, as soon as you format a disk, then at that time it will ask you that if you need to select FAT or NTFS. So it is right there when you're using the disk. So and you have to select any one of the things.
Yeah, I got your point, sir. But like my point is like sometimes some maybe applications are will not support an TFS,
Oh,
right?
okay,
Something
I see.
like some will
Right,
not support FAT, right?
right,
So how
right,
you decide there that you need to install like NTFS
right, right.
uh,
Yes,
or
yes. So it's
RTFS?
a very good question that how do you decide in the real environment? So guys, it's just like a very, I mean, it's a thumb rule. In all organization, we use NTFS. We don't use FAT32, or we don't even use REFS. So the only thing we use at the moment in all organizations is NTFS. NTFS is in used. REFS is still a very new introduction. It was introduced back in 2012. Nobody used it in 2012, and it is not even used in 2016 at the moment. So it's very simple. In all organization is NTFS. You don't even have to think about this. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, very good, very good. So I think Salim wanted to ask a question, or maybe he opened the mic.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you, sir? Good.
Very good, excellent. So very good, good to hear your voice.
Yeah.
Yes. So Salim, is your lab working fine?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
trying. Yeah.
Okay, very good, excellent. And Wasim, are you online? And is your lab working fine? Okay. So Wasim, I think Wasim might be listening, but yes, Wasim is
Assalamu
listening.
alaikum. मैं हूँ online, sir. I'm online. I'm sorry.
Okay, excellent, excellent, Wasim. And your lab is working fine too?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And Alamgir.
Yes, sir. Everything is okay. So far, so good.
Okay, so you're logged in two places as Aisha Bhatti and Alamgir. So you have
Yes,
two
he
logins.
is my daughter.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay,
Not daughter, sir. I think what he said, home minister. I think home minister is also watching Mr. Bhatti Saab.
okay. Okay, okay, good. So everyone, now that we understand the file system, let's quickly go through this, and then we'll start with the lab so that we can have more or better understanding. So first of all, file system. What do we need to know about the file system? File system is simply the way files and folders are stored on the disk. So from this slide, we need to remember that there are three types of file system. How many types of file system? Three types of file system. So guys, whenever I say a sentence, please repeat after me on your own, because I cannot hear you. If you would have been in the class, I would have asked you to louder. You need to say it louder and louder and louder. The reason is that I want it to be registered in our brains. I want it to be registered in our brain, because when we say it, it is registered. So maybe
Ask them to open the mics and like repeat behind you, just like in the class.
yeah, maybe it might be too much of noise, but here we have to be uncomfortable. We have to get out of our comfort zone, because in the interview, just remember, there might be a panel of 4 people sitting in front of you, and they will be just bombarding you with the questions, and you need to be very confident and reply back. So take each and every lecture as an interview. Everyone, just open the mic and ask a question, and or try to explain everything. Jump on the question. Whenever I ask a question, open mic and just start saying whatever you can, and don't worry about if it is wrong. If it is wrong, it's fine. We are here to fix it. So guys, how many types of partitions do we know? Sorry, file system do we know? Three types of file system do we know? Okay, three types of file system we know: FAT system, NTFS system, and REFS system. FAT is older technology. FAT stands for file allocation table. File allocation table, and FAT is upgraded to FAT32. But still, the problem is this: that in FAT or FAT32, you cannot set up security and permissions. So FAT is normally used in small USBs or at home, but FAT and FAT32 is not used in organizations. In organizations, use NTFS, where you can use permissions and set up permission. For example, I can say that Zishan cannot open this file, but Naveed can open the file, or maybe Wasim can open the file, or Human can have read permissions, and maybe Naveed has write permissions. So those type of permissions that we can set in NTFS. And REFS is a newer file system, but it's not in use at the moment. The only thing that is used in the market is NTFS. Okay, so in this next slide, virtual hard disks are files that can use the same way as physical disk, and you can create, manage virtual disk. And so guys, this slide is about what is the disk of a virtual machine. So virtual machine in VMware, in VMware, in VMware, or in cloud, in VMware or in cloud, the same disk we are talking about, the same disk is known as a virtual disk. So in a physical server, it is just called a disk, but in a virtual machine, in a virtual machine, it is known as virtual disk. Okay, and the virtual disk, virtual hard disk, so the disk that we are using in VMware are known as virtual hard disk, and the extension of these disks are VHD. So there is a full chapter later on within this training for understanding Hyper-V and Hyper-V. And so there is a full chapter on this. Don't worry about this information. What is on this slide, it's fine. The only thing we need to remember from this slide is that in VMware or a cloud, the disk is called a virtual disk, number one. And the second thing is that the disk is known by its extension VHD or VHDX. Okay, Zishan is saying that we need to take a quick break. Yes, will go for a break in 5 minutes, in 6 minutes. Will it be fine? So 6 minutes, we'll go for a break. Okay, so here, guys, VHD or VHDX. VHD and VHDX is the type of disk that is used in the cloud. So just remember this from the slide. Nothing else need to be remembered, because we will be going into more detail installing Hyper-V, managing Hyper-V, and then setting up the complete environment. So VHD, VHDX is a cloud disk known as cloud disk. Now, different types of disks here. So guys, we'll go into break in 5. We are going into break in 5 minutes. So here, by performance wise, disks are, this is how the disks are available in the market. So the most expensive disk is known as, SSD drive. This is the most expensive disk, and this is the second expensive and faster disk. So this is based on the how the faster disk and slower disk. So which means that in the real environment, in the real in the real world, this will be maybe a car engine, and this is the plane engine. So plane engine, so this is basically the speed of the disk. So the fastest disk at the moment available is known as SSD. SSD, solid state drive, whereas EIDE, which is a very old drive, and it was there, it's not even available in the market now. This was very old, not used. And SATA drive is now, SATA drives are available in the market. SCSI drive, SCSI, it is pronounced as SCSI, SCSI pronounced as SCSI, and then SAS drives are available. So these three types of drives are available, but among these drives, the fastest disk is SSD, and SATA disk. And this disk is normally in our laptops. In our laptops, if we don't have a SSD in our laptop, we all have SATA drive. We all have SATA drives in our laptop. So these are different type of disks available. How do you remember this? You can say that SATA drive. I have a SATA drive in our laptop, and servers have a combination of these drives. And these two types of drives, this is used in enterprise storage. These two drives are used in enterprise storage, and there is another slide where we will enterprise storage. So we will be discussing that in another slide, these two types of disk. But from this slide, just remember that there are two main types of disk used in the laptops and servers. Number one is SATA drive, which is slower in speed and cheaper in price as well. So this is cheaper in cost. So here you can see the cost graph as well. These drives, this has this much of cost, this has this much of cost, and this much of cost, and SSD has the most cost. So SSD is the most expensive, but it is the most faster drive. So I can tell you in my laptop, I have both drives. I have SATA drive as well, and I have SSD drive as well. The SATA drive that came with my laptop. So if I can go here, here my E and F drive are SATA drives, whereas C and D drive is SSD drive. Now SSD drive is faster. This is why I have it in my laptop, because I can run many virtual machines, and there can be a lot of load in this. So one thing to remember here before I can take a question, that these disks are in line in terms of their speed. The fastest drive is known as SSD. The slowest drive is known as SATA drive at the moment. So EIDE is not even in use. So this is very old technology. Nobody is using it.
Can you show us in the properties your SATA drives are, so it will stuck in our mind then?
Okay. So I will basically, when you format a disk, it comes as this. So in order to see that how many disks I have, I can go into device manager. So for example, if I right click on this PC, and you all can right click on this PC to see what type of hardware your laptop has. So you can go to properties, So when you right click on your this PC and then you go into your properties, and it will open this window right here. So it will open this window, and within this window you can open device manager. So I can open device manager, and when you open a device manager, it should show you that how many disks you have. So this is a device manager. This is basically the hardware in your computer, in my computer. So here I can see that I have 2 disks in this. One disk is SSD, Samsung SSD 840 EVO 1 TB, and the other disk is just simple SATA drive, ST. So it is just named as SATA. Let me go into properties and see if we can see more properties in this. So here it is showing me there is a standard disk drive, manufacturer standard disk drive, and here we can maybe see the drivers, details, events, volumes. No. Okay. So yes, so I have 2 disks in my laptop, which is one is normal disk, and this is disk one, and it is a dynamic disk, and then it is master boot record. It is, so my disk is just based on MBR. So this is based on I never used I never used it, and here the policies on this. So and this drive and SSD drive. So this is the second drive. So how many drives do you have in your computer? So open this, everyone. Open this, everyone. You need to know how many drives you have in this. So all you need to do is to open Windows Explorer and then right click on PC and then go to properties. And when you are in the properties, just open device manager. Device manager will show you that how many drives you have, what is the hardware. I mean, device manager basically shows you everything what you have in your computer. So in your computer you have audio device, you have batteries in this, you have Bluetooth, what type of Bluetooth you have, what type of cameras you have in this, what type of drive. So for now we are interested only on a disk drive. So in the disk drive, it shows me 2 drives. Yeah, normally most of the time laptops have only 1 drive. This is normal. This is very normal. But what I did, I actually removed the CD drive because nobody is using CD now. So I removed the CD, and I'm using that CD for the disk. So I used an enclave that and the disk partition and the disk, the physical disk. So instead of a CD, I'm using another drive because I needed more space on my laptop for that reason. Okay. So guys, before moving on, let's take a 10 minutes break. And before the break, guys, just quickly, we are on this slide and we learned about that there are 2 types of disks available. One is SSD, the other one is SATA drive. SATA drives are normal drives that is available in all computers, but we can also buy SSD drives. So let's take a 10 minutes break, and right after the break, we will continue. Hello, welcome back after the break, everyone. Please type yes in the chat window if you're present. Okay, so guys, we are at the second half of our training, and we need to make it more and more simpler and understandable. So now I'm gonna jump onto the whiteboard, okay, and I am going to explain. I will explain what is required in the lab, and then we'll perform all of these actions in the lab. So I have a yes from Wasim, Naveed, and Salim, and I need yes from everyone, whoever is present after the break. Please type yes in the chat window. And thank you, Alamgir and Zishan, for sharing a screenshot on the WhatsApp about the device location. About the device location. Okay. So Human said yes as well. Thank you so much. So guys, just before the break, we were discussing about. So let me just copy this here and for our. So guys, there are many things in theory we need to understand. So we will be learning a lot in this. Always keep that in mind that everything that we are doing is required. Everything that we are doing is required in the job market. Okay, so our eyes and our focus is on the market. How can we become? How can we get a job as a system admin or a cloud admin at the end? Okay, so which means in other words, which means we need to take it, we need to think of this once we need to think of this professionally, not academically. So academically, yes, I can remember a lot of definitions, I can remember, go through the book and this and that and everything and lot of things. But professionally, now we need to understand that how can we put it into practical, how can we put it into practical. So this is what I'm going to do now. First of all, we already have two servers, so we will work on one server in this. So we will work on one server. So this is my one server that I'm working on, and this server automatically comes with one disk. So here, if I copy this, so these are the two types of so this disk and this disk. These two disks are known as these two disks are known as SATA drive and SSD drive. So this is a SATA drive, the big one, 3.51, and this one is SATA drive. So now we can remember that. And let me duplicate this slide because I'm going to need more slides on this. Okay, so on this, so what do we see on the screen? We see on the screen that we have a server and then we have two disks here. So this disk, the bigger disk, is known as SATA drive. You don't need to worry about the what SATA stands for. This comes from this comes. I mean, before it this is was known as ATA drive. Then it changed. Then it got changed into SATA. Nobody will ask you what does it stand for. And at the moment, I don't remember what does it stand for. But what you do need to remember that this is known as SATA drive. So SATA drive, and the size of this drive is 3.5 inch. And this disk is known as SSD drive, and the size of the disk is 2.5. And this one is cheaper drive. This is cheaper and slower. So we need to remember this is cheaper and slower. Whereas this is expensive and faster. Expensive and faster. Okay, yeah, Wasim said this is serial attachment. Yes, serial attachment drive. Yes, this is, thank you, Wasim. So this is expensive and faster. Okay, this is expensive and faster. So, and now all of the servers, when we start talking about high availability, when we start talking about file clusters, so later on we will be learning about clusters. In the clusters and in enterprise storage, in bigger storage, the combination of both drives are used. So servers have some drives as SATA drive and servers have some drives as SSD drives. And why cannot servers have all SSD drives, guys? Because of they are expensive. Because not in all servers they think of cost efficient type of servers, and in all of these servers, some server doesn't have critical information. Some servers have just are just supporting servers. So in supporting servers, we don't use SSD drives because SSD drives are definitely expensive. And for that reason, in servers, let's say if server has 8 drives, six of the disk will be maybe SATA drive, and 2 disk will be SSD drive. So this is how it is used. Okay, so now let's think of a server, and then I will jump into I will jump into the we will jump into the lab as well. So we have server number one. We have server number one, which is this server, and server automatically when we install the VMware server. And if I can show you here now, based on now we will understand the disk much better. If I go to home and I create a new VM, if I go to home, I create a new VM, and you don't need to follow me on this. I'm just showing you that where the disk is. So if I go to home and I go to a new disk, I can go to a new VM, and I'm creating Windows 10, or maybe I'm creating a server or whatever thing, guys, whatever type of operating system. I can go to next, and here after this window, it will ask me for the name, and this is the disk where it is asking me. This is where it is saying that, okay, what type of disk do you need? Do you need a 60 GB? So here it's saying it is in GBs. So it is in GBs. Let's say if I select here that I need 100 GB. So it means that you are going to need, it will create a 100 GB disk for this server, for this server. So if I go with next here, and in the summary of this VM, now it's showing me that it has 100 disks. Let's say right from the beginning, I decide that I need 4 disks in this, right from the beginning, not when the operating system is installed. Right from the beginning, I can customize this hard drive, and then here I can add more disks. So here it's just showing me so here it's not showing the disk. I don't know why it's not showing the disk, but I can add a disk here as well. So I can add a disk, which is actually I can add a disk. And where is the disk? That is really strange. Why am I not seeing the disk, or the disk is really not here? Disk is really not here. Okay, so I will close this, and this is really strange. So sometimes, guys, always be ready for strange things in IT technology. Always people who deny this fact, and I keep on saying this fact in the trainings, in my professional environments as well, at work as well. There are at least 20% of IT that no one understand, that 20% of technology. So sometimes when you see something strange, do not panic, just go back and redo it. If you see something strange that you're not able to solve, just don't panic, and try to work around this. Try to think out of the box. So for example, this is exactly that situation that you're seeing on screen, that I can see a disk. I have selected a disk, but now when I am trying to go inside and customize the hardware, I'm not seeing the disk. It's not showing me the disk. I mean, this is
Adnan
not
bhai,
even, this doesn't make sense.
Adnan bhai.
Yes.
Okay, I created a VM and I'm not able to see any hard disk option here as well, just like you.
Okay. Yes, very good. So I mean, this is strange. Why is it not showing me the disk? Because without the disk, this operating system will not be created. So what I will do, instead of adding a disk, I will finish this and let it oh, okay. So that's the reason. Sometimes, not sometimes, actually always, for Windows 10, it creates the disk after once the VM is made. So it, but for all the servers, it will create the disk right at once. So it doesn't have to go through this step. So probably it is just the Windows 10 thingy. Let me check with let me redo it with a server. So I'm gonna go with create a new virtual machine, and then next, and then I can select any other operating system. So let's say I select server 2016 operating system, and then go next here, and and next. So here I don't need to do this, and here I can now select, let's say 70 GB disk for this server, and I complete this, and here it's showing me the disk, and in customize hardware it is so okay, so which means that it always creates the disk after once the VM is made. So it has it here, and I'm going here. So here it is showing me the disk. So within the summary of the disk, once the VM is created, so if I double click on this, and I can add more disk now. Before even starting the installation, I can add, so I can see one disk here and I can add more disks. Okay, so this is how we can add a disk. So I'm gonna just delete this. I am going to delete this here, which is delete. So guys, keep on cleaning up your computer. Otherwise, your computer will be very, very slow because of these virtual machines sitting on your machine. Okay. So now that we have a server, and within the server, I can. So by default, it has only one disk. So by default, it has only one disk. So I'm gonna just copy this and move it here. So guys, do we understand this point that the server is created with one disk, right? And that one disk, once you install the operating system, guys, this one disk will become C drive. Okay, so I'm gonna call this C drive because as soon as you install the operating system, this becomes a C drive, right? And now what in the lab, what we are going to do, we are going to add three more disks, guys. So if you, if you were able to, how many of you were able to, okay, so I'm not asking that question, I'm just I am so I'm not I won't ask this question, but I will ask that question. So I don't I want to ask that question, but I'm not asking that question. You know what I mean? Uh, no, I know that doesn't mean anything. So guys, my question is, how many of you were able to how many of you were able to follow the video labs? Okay, I know some of you might say that I tried, but the lab was too complex and I was not able to do it. And some of you are saying done and that makes me happy. That makes my blood circulate more in a fast manner. Yes, thank you so much. So Ashish said done, Human said done, Dishan said done, Salim said done. Excellent, excellent. Were you able to finish by 4B or 4C video where we did the scanning disk and all that? Yes. So excellent, excellent. Wow. She said finished all labs. Excellent. So the things that I'm talking on screen, I'm talking here, guys. The things that I'm saying here must make sense because I'm about to now fly with this information. Fly with this information, meaning I'm about to go a little faster in this. So very good, Bhatti Saab. Done, done, done. Very good. I mean, you're making me younger and younger with every done you say. Okay, very good.
He said
Uh,
done, 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 done.
Yes, yes, excellent, very good. So guys, everyone, let's look at the screen. Let's keep our focus on the job market. Everything we are doing it for the job market, everything we are doing for our families, and this will work at the end. And for sure, even if it is boring, it's fine, guys, it's fine. We have to go through this this bumpy ride, but we will get there. Once you're on the road, once you reach there, this is exactly like once we start from Pakistan, India, or Bangladesh, and then we land in on Canadian airport, and then we come out of the airport after immigration. You will have that feeling once you finish these trainings and once you are in the environment. So the feeling will be that feeling. Remember, that feeling is so good feeling. Or finally we have landed. Okay, so guys here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add three more disks here. So disk number one, disk number two, disk number three, disk number four. So I'm going to add four disks here. And with these disks, what we are going to do is we are going to So what with these disks, we are going to use some high availability options. So I'm going to add three disks here, three more disks here, and the three disks we are going to add. One disk will be 10 GB, the second disk will be 15 GB, and the third disk will be 20 GB. So if you can, please add it to server number 2. Server number 2 doesn't have any disk, so if do this lab on your server that doesn't have any disk. So just have one disk, maybe server 1 or server 2, and quickly add the three disk and take a picture and show it and share the picture on the WhatsApp group. So add three disks, everyone, and the three disk, one disk will be 10 GB, the second one is 15 GB, and the third one is 20 GB. So if you have completed the lab, this step should be easy, and I will be doing that right now. So so here, so I'm going to server number 1. First of all, I need to see that how many disks do I currently have on server number 1. So on server number 1, as it comes back, so on server number 1, as it comes back on, okay, just taking some time. So server number 1 already has 10 GB and 5 GB. So I'm not going to work on server number 1. I am going to work on server number 2. So server number 2, I'm going to go into settings and see that how many disks are there. Uh, so Naveed has created 10, 30, and 15 GB. Very good. Excellent. And okay, very good. So guys, quickly add the three disk and share the screenshot share the screenshot. So on server number 2, I don't have any disk, and I am about to add the disks here. So go to disk 60 GB, and then you click add, and then add a disk, and then here you don't need to select anything in there, or the only thing that I want you to select is the size of the disk. So size of this disk is 10 GB, and next, and the third disk is right here, which is the third disk that I'm about to add. So first disk is the default disk, second disk I just added, the second disk is 15 GB in size, and the third disk that I will add to this server is which is 20 GB. So 10, 15, and 20 GB. So I've added these disks. So 20 GB. The reason why I'm getting these, why I am taking these different sizes of disk, because we need to recognize the disk within the server. Because if you have all the same size of the disk, then all the disk will look the same. All the disk will be looking same in the within the server. But when you have three different sizes of disk, you will see three different disks. Okay, so I've added the three new disks here. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to log in, and I am going to initialize and convert them into a volume. Guys, when the disk is converted into a volume, basically, then it becomes usable. So I am logging into this. I am logging into this. So Salim has showed a screenshot. Very good, Salim. Excellent. So all the three disks are online. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Guys, I need your interaction. I need more and more interaction here, guys. I need interaction from everyone.
Sir,
Yes.
still I am facing the same problem because I cannot make 10 or 20 because of the size of the disk.
Okay, quickly, actually, I think you can share your screen right here. Do you see any sharing option here in Zoom meeting?
Sharing option, sir.
So right at the top, maybe menu somewhere.
Meeting.
Share your screen. Share your screen. Do you?
Yes, sir. Sharing. Yes, sir.
So just click on that.
Sir, already shared.
Okay, hold on. We cannot see your screen, but.
Sir, it's showing host disable participant screen sharing.
So, but I can see only my screen. Where is your screen?
Okay, sir, this is mine, sir.
Okay, just a second. Just so so you shared your screen.
Yes, sir. Now VMware.
Okay, maybe I'm not looking at the right place, but I cannot see your screen. So what did you do? You
Sir,
are
the same procedure. I mean, I know how to make this drive. I just go to new
no.
virtual machine.
Hold on. I'm saying that can you share your screen on Zoom meeting in this?
Sir, yes, sir. This is screen share green button, right?
Oh yes, it's the green button, and when you click it, what happens?
Host disable, sir. Participant screen sharing.
Oh, it is disabled.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a second. Because instead of going into team viewer, I think this all can be done right from here.
Right.
Let me just check the settings here. Disable annotation, show names. Just a second. So just a second here. And your machine is, I'm just fixing that participant entry, enable waiting room. Okay, it's fine. I can check that out later on. So for now, you're saying that you have the same problem. You cannot add a disk.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just share with me your TeamViewer ID. What is the ID?
Wait, sir. Uh,
It is
sir,
112.
one. No, sir. Now, yeah, 112 949 681.
Excellent. What's the password?
3T
3T
13ED.
13ED.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I am on your screen, and let's jump on to which server?
So this new. I just make this one.
Okay, so here, try doing it what you were doing, and what's the error message?
So same like.
Okay, you're trying to add a disk, right? Okay,
Yes, sir.
so hold on. Yes. Okay, yeah, so first of all, before going there, everyone and Alamgir. So we need to understand the difference between this memory and the disk. Okay, this disk is where the operating system is, and this memory is different. Okay, so this memory is, we only increase it once when we need to have more memory. So this memory, it works with the CPU. So CPU and this memory is the same thing. Whereas this is the disk where your operating system is, right? So whenever we are trying to add the disk, we double click on this, and then here we will go to add, and then add here, make sure that the hard disk is selected, not anything else. And then you can go to next and next and next, and here you can select the size of the disk. So this first disk will be 10 GB. The file already exists. Okay,
Yes, sir. This is the error.
the file already exists. Okay, yeah. So the reason is that at some point you might have already added this. So I'm gonna just change this name to, let's say, any other name. And then I try to finish, the operation was canceled by the user. So this is really strange why we are getting this message. These messages are not normal. So what I'm gonna do you have anything on this server? Okay.
Which server, sir?
So on this, so what I need to do, I need to clean up your previous virtual machines, your
Yes, sir.
previous virtual machines. So can I delete these? Can I
Yes,
delete
sir.
them?
Yes, sir. I have already deleted. Now again, it's generated.
Okay, okay, that's good. So I'm gonna just delete them again. And these are the servers you're working on: server 1,
Yes,
2,
sir.
4, and this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. So I am going to go back on this, and here we will just create a new one. Here we will just create a new one. Go to File, New VM, and then we will go here. So, and here we just have 60 GB hard disk and done. Okay, and on this one, I will just go to edit machine, and let's try to add one now. So we will go to add, and then we will go to next and next. And here I will select 10 GB and next. Okay, and the operation was canceled by the user. Okay. Now what I need to do is, hold on. So this is not a normal error message. I can say VMware.
Sir, even sir, after this message, I mean delete all the server, and again I generated all 3 or 4 server again, like with the
Okay.
installation,
Okay,
all
it's
this. So
fine. Yes, it's fine. I'm just looking at the internet. What is this error about? Because I have not seen this error before. So it's saying the operation was canceled by the user. So this is exactly how we troubleshoot. Operation was canceled by the user, and there are few people talking about this error powering on, the operation canceled by the user. So I am going to go to on one of the sites and see that what is wrong with this. So here they are explaining few things, rebuild the ISO, and what we are interested in the answer, since you seems to be running. And here shut down the VM, expand, expose hardware virtualization. Unfortunately, they didn't pass the issue, and goes on and on. I think in your case you need to reinstall VMware. So uh, I hope that this is not the case, because then you'll have to just uninstall and reinstall everything. Let's quickly look at this here. So it's saying, so this error message, and let's see how this guy fixes
I
this.
think license is not valid, sir. Looks like.
Sorry?
Looks like license is not valid for
Oh,
the
okay.
VM because
No,
he has.
but with, if the license is not valid, if the license is not valid, then VM, you cannot even create a VM. Actually, you cannot power on any VM. So, but in his case, there are some other VMs that are powering on. Okay, so here he just disabled one drive. It's just saying to disable one drive on this. So maybe it is, maybe this operation is interrupted by some other software on this machine. Let's see. OneDrive is already not working, but we can basically quit this.
Maybe you can check on the documents. Maybe all the machines are working and he didn't deleted them and they are conflicting.
We just checked it. We just checked it.
Okay.
He deleted all of them. So I'm gonna close this OneDrive. The file already exists.
So what does it this error mean? The file already exists mean?
Yes, the file already exists simply means that when it is trying to create the hard disk, and it needs to name the hard disk, and it just says that last time, the first time when I tried, it already named it and the file already exists. So this is why I just changed it, and then click next. So now I think it is working. So we will add the second disk, and let's go second disk here, and next. And here I'm going to select 15 GB and next. So file already exists simply means that somehow this name, it doesn't it thinks that it already exists. So here I'm just going to change the name. So just change the name here, and users operation is cancelled. Okay. So you see this here, look at the mouse. The OneDrive also again tries to connect. So we need to basically disable this again. This is your computer or your daughter's computer?
No, this is my computer.
This is your computer. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm gonna do is I am just going to quit this for now. So when you restart, this will come back. So don't worry about this. And we don't have anything else on it. Okay, so this is strange. The previous one was created and now it's not letting any other disk to be created. Let me just power on this machine. So this is powering on. So on this one, you'll still have to install the operating system. Why can't we work on these other machines? Can we work on these?
Yes, sir. Same error, same issue. Like,
okay.
The error is same. The file is already
Okay,
exists
it's
when
fine.
I'm.
So this time I am going to power off. So power this off and then try again with this. So where is VMware here? So now let's work with server number 1. Server number 1, it's saying doesn't exist. Server number 2. Server number 2 is here and we can power on. Server number 3. Server number 3 is the nano server?
No, sir. PowerShell.
Okay.
Core server, sir.
Or the core server. Okay.
Yes.
So here, let's log in. Can you enter your username and password? The password. Okay, so good. Now go to file and storage. So thank you, Salim. Salim, you have shared a picture with the disk 1, 2, and 3. They are ready to be used. And Alamgir has also shared a picture with server disks are in use. So what about Wasim and Naveed? Are your 3 disks are in use? Did you change them into a volume? Please share a picture. And Human, please share a picture of the disks as well on the WhatsApp. Okay, so we are here now, and within the file and storage, we can see, go to the volumes. You have only one disk, and in the disk, I can see one offline disk. Okay, so let's try to add more disks to this and see that if VMware behaves properly. Human says, I did send it. Thank you, Human. Okay, I'm looking at the WhatsApp. Okay, so there are so many pictures. Okay, I will. Thank you, Human. Let's add another disk. Let's try to add a new disk here. Okay, this is really strange. This is server number 4. Server number 4. But I am on server number 2. It's saying server number 4. Okay. So Zishan, what you know what I would suggest? I would suggest
Yes,
that
sir.
after this lecture,
Mhm.
somehow this all information in your computer is basically it's confusing the VMware workstation. It's not only confusing me and you, because you see, we are on server number 2, but the disk
Yes, sir.
that is created is with the name server number 4. I mean, this
No,
doesn't.
sir. Problem is some sir. It happens sometime. I create new server. So server when I write it server number 2, so the system is not accepting. So that's the reason I make it. I change server 4, and then after that, once the VMware generated the server, then I change the name with this toolbar in the
Okay.
toolbar.
So
Yeah.
this is what I suggest. So I suggest that after this lecture, what you
Yeah.
should do, you should remove all of the VMs, remove all of
Mm-hmm.
the VMs and uninstall VMware Workstation, reinstall VMware Workstation, and start with a clean VMware configuration.
Okay.
Because
Right.
I understand you're saying that since it doesn't
Hmm.
recognize the name, you have to change the name.
Yes, sir.
But we shouldn't have to do this because it is now it's not even creating anything. So let's do this after this. So for now, work with only one disk, and
Mhm.
and later on just remove everything and then recreate everything.
No problem. Right,
Okay.
sir.
So
Okay.
everyone. So we have created 3 disks. We have created 3 disks, disk 1, 2, disk 1, 15, and 20. So we have 3 disks created, guys. When the new disk is created, we can manage this from a server manager. So we need to now work with server manager in order to manage these disks. Now there are 3 tools that are available to manage the disk. Number 1, server manager. Number 2 is disk partition utility, which is you might have seen in the video, disk part utility. This is CLI. This is from a command line. And normally command line is not used, but at least go through this once so that you know you're aware of this utility. So most of the time, most of the work we will do it from server manager or computer management, the older tool. But for now, in server manager, if how we manage the disk is from we manage the disk from file and storage services. So let me jump to the second slide here. So I will copy this, and this, and this, and move it to the second slide. So now we have 3 disks. So the second thing that what we need to do is to basically go to server manager. And from the server manager, we will convert them into a volume. So the tool that we need to be an expert of is called file and storage services. File and storage services. And within the file and storage service, what we need to do, we will see the disk. So within file and storage services, we have something called volumes. And then under the volume, we have disks. So whatever we see in the disk are the raw disks. The raw disk meaning the disk is not formatted. And when we format the disk in the raw disk, then it will be part of the volume. So all the 3 disks, I am going to go into the disk. So the very first thing, I will make it online. I will make it online, and then I will format the disk and change into volume. So this disk will become E drive or C drive or whatever the drive letter is available. So what is a drive letter, guys? Drive letter is basically is given to all of the disks. So drive letters are anywhere from basically A to Z. A to Z, all drive letters are used, but some drive letters are reserved for some type of disk. So for example, long time back, long time back, the Red Riding Hood days, or maybe the Stone Age days, when the computers were first time introduced. Yes, in the Stone Age there were no computers, but long time back when the computers were introduced, drive A and drive B was used with floppy disk, with the disk, and that was basically long time back. So what I'm referring to is 386 computer and 286 computer. So I would say floppy disk, floppy fish, no, floppy disk. So these disks were there long time back. So maybe some of you might be aware that these were the disks, these were the floppy disks, and drive letter A, drive letter B is used for these type of disks. This is why nowadays we don't see drive letter A and B, but it starts with C. So C is that drive letter that is given to the disk that we use in the computer. And I am mentioning this because you might think of this question that, okay, I can see a drive C, but where is drive A and B? A and B was long time used for floppy disk, and they're not used anymore. So it starts with C, and after C, what comes after C, everyone? D, the letter D. And letter D is mostly given to a CD drive or a DVD drive. And since all of these servers, we installed VMware tools, and VMware tools were installed on these servers for a CD drive. If I can go to Windows Explorer, here if I go to this PC, so within this PC, C drive is given to my system drive, and D is automatically given to a DVD drive, the VMware, or where you have the operating system. Remember, we use the ISO to install this, so that ISO is given to D drive. So this is why then all of the other drive letters starts from EEFGH. So they all go in this. So now that we know what is a drive letter is just the name of the name given to a disk. So it is given to C drive because C is the next letter available. Why is it not A and B? Because those were old days floppy disks. They haven't changed it. So all of the operating system is installed on C. Why is it not D when we create a new disk? Because D is given to a CD drive. Let's say if in your server there is no D drive, there is no CD drive, then the next letter D will be given to a disk. So the drive letters are not basically based on whatever type of disk is there. Drive letters are available whatever disk is available whatever new disk you are adding. So as soon as I make a volume of this 10 GB drive, it will automatically become E drive. It will automatically become E drive. But then your question might be that, can I make it any other drive letter? Can I make it P or D or T or T or X? Yes, you can make any drive letter. During the selection, during when you're formatting the disk, you can use a P drive letter for this, or you can use a X drive letter for this, or you can use there is no restriction whatever drive letter you want for these drives. So but we'll go with the default. So I will let it go with E drive, and then let it go with F drive, and this one will be G drive. So we will make this, and I am going to make this right now. So I will go back here, and the tool that I'm going to use is Server Manager, and within Server Manager I'm going to go to File and Storage Services. So Ashish just shared a screen with all the 3 online disks. Excellent, Ashish, thank you. Naveed has shared the disk, and then Naveed has also shared the disk. Salim has shared the disk, and Alamgir has shared the disk. And Human is saying that Human has shared the disk, but I don't see that in. Oh, okay, Human, you shared it maybe directly to my. Yes, okay, you directly send it to me. Human, can you send it to the group? So whenever you share, you don't have access to the group. Sorry about that. So I will ask Amin Bhai to have you added to this group so that you can. Okay, excellent. For now, thank you so much. So guys, I am quickly going to add a disk, add a new volume. So in the volume, I'm not seeing any of the drives. The drives are not there. So I'm going to jump onto the disk, and there are few offline disks. So I will right click on this first, bring them online, number one, and I will bring the other one online, and I will do it all three of them at one time, and then I will see them within my computer. So right click on this, a new volume, and then within the new volume I will go into next. So here it's saying, okay, so which disk you are trying to make, because now it can see all the three because I made them online. So first I'll work with the smallest one, 10 GB. And when I'm working with 10 GB, I will go to next. And here it's saying, okay, do you want it to be a GPT disk? And I will click OK on this. That is fine. And here is the place where you can partition this disk. Here I can use the complete 10 GB, or I can convert into two disks. I can have one 5 GB and one 4 GB. So this is the place where we can partition the disk. So for example, I can make it 5 GB, and then the second part of the disk I can make it 4 GB. So I will partition this. If you have already created this, that is fine, but here I wanted to show you that how do you partition a disk. So here I will take 5 of the 10 GB, which means it will leave me with 4.97 GB. So 5 GB, and here is the drive letter. Remember that we have all these drive letters available. I can choose any drive letter, it doesn't matter, but I will go with the next default drive letter. And actually A and B is also available. A and B is also available, but we don't use them. We'll just keep them as is, because but you can use them. You can use A and B as well, but we'll just go with the default. So I'm going to go with this E, and then click next. And here is the information that we learned at the start of this lecture. This is NTFS file system. So we can make it REFS or NTFS. Now on server 2016, they have completely removed FAT and FAT32. FAT and FAT32 is not available on 16, but in 12 and 2008, those options are still available. So which means that on the server, it will always be either REFS or NTFS. So we'll keep with NTFS for now. And this is the allocation table. This is known as default. We'll just keep it default. But what is an allocation table? File allocation table is basically that what will be the size of your packet. What will be the size of your packet once it is delivered from one disk to another. So the size of the packet we are just going to keep it for default. We're not changing any packet. Then your question is that at what time it will be disabled. So maybe a quick little explanation on this. So what is this allocation unit? Allocation unit is basically, so I have disk number one, and I have disk number two, right? So I have disk number two. Now we all know that the information that is stored on this disk, let's say it is my name Adnan. It is my name Adnan is stored in the disk in the form of 1 and 0. So this information is all converted to 1 0 1 1, and I'm just taking just random numbers. So it is stored in the form of ones and zeros. So this complete information is stored in the form of ones and zeros in the disk, and it travels between one disk to another in the same form. So on the network or within the computer, it is the digital signal that is traveling in the form of this. So here you have 0, here you have 1, then you have 0, then you have 1, then you have 0, then you have 1, then you have 1, then you have 0, and stuff like that. Okay, and so what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand basically the allocation unit. Allocation unit is basically the packet size the packet size in which the information will travel. So for example, if I say the packet size is 512, the unit size, the packet size is 512. So that means that I am selecting 512 packet size in which this information will travel from one disk to another, or one computer to another, one computer to the other computer. So this information will travel. So this allocation unit size, which is AU size, will be 512. 512. So the packet size, I mean, in other words, this is maybe the plane, the aeroplane size, or maybe the bus size, that how many passengers can sit in this bus. So the packet size is basically 512. Or if I select this other option, this option, or this option, then the file size, then the packet size will change. So the question here is, do we need to select this when we are working with this in the real environment? Very rarely, very rarely, but we need to have that understanding. What is the allocation unit size? It is the package size. So your question is, in which cases do we change this? So guys, we change this only in very rare extreme cases where my hardware doesn't, I mean the hardware, the server, or the maybe the network doesn't understand this packet size. So we'll keep it to default. Default meaning the default packet size that is used within the network. So it will keep it that packet size. But but you can change it. You can change it. So basically 1024 is known as a jumbo packet size. It's a jumbo packet size. Then there are bigger sizes as well. But always remember, guys, whenever you change this size, your hardware should support that as well. So normally we keep it to default. We don't change it. But this is just good for understanding, remembering. If you ask that, do they ask these type of question in the interview? Very rarely. Very rarely. They might ask you, what do you know about the file system? They might ask you, what do you know about the disk? And then they might ask you, what is the high availability? In very rare case, they might ask you, what is the allocation unit? So allocation unit, at least you should be able to give them this bit of explanation, that explanation, the bit size, the allocation size is the packet size in which this information travels from one disk to another, or from one disk to another, or it travels between basically one computer to another. So for now, I'm just keeping that default information, and maybe I can. So I just need to take a screenshot of this so that before I can remove this, yes, here. So I am save, show in the folder. Okay, screen saved, and then now I can remove this so that I can share it within the notes. So it's clear all drawing. Okay, so now here, guys, and we can name the drive as well. So for example, I can name this drive as data drive. I will keep my data files in this, and that's it. I just don't need to change anything on this, and next, and it will create that volume. So it is creating the volume will be usable. So I need to use the same method to basically format the other two drives. But before even formatting the drive, I will go back to here and see that how many drives are available. I can see the C drive and my D drive, which is 5 GB in size. So here I can create a folder. I can create one folder called, let's say, this is my finance document folder in this. So now this drive is usable. So I'm gonna make the other drives usable as well. So I can create a new volume. So when I create a new volume here, again, I will go to next. And now it's saying you have 3 disks available. So one disk is 4.93. Where does this came from? This came from basically This came from remember that I partitioned the third one disk into 5, and this is the remaining disk. So now I can say I can partition, I can use this disk as well. And this time I'm going to use the full disk, and then here, and it will be drive letter F, and I'm going to use the new volume name. You can name it anything, but it's fine. It's not required. And we can just simply use this disk. Okay, so guys, this is now simple usage of a disk. This is a simple usage of a disk. I have C drive, E drive, and F drive. Guys, there is something else within this that is known as storage pools. Now storage pools is a feature in which we can create a pool of a disk. I can create a pool of disk, and then I can use it according to whatever how I need it. Let's say if I have 3 disks, and if I have 3 disks and I need to use it as one disk. If I have 3 disks, I need to use the disk as one disk. So for example, I can combine all these 3 disks here. I can combine all these 3 disks. Okay. I can combine all these three disks and make this as one disk. So 10, 20, 15, I can combine them to be used at one disk. That will be known as storage pool. That will be known as storage pool. So storage pool meaning that I can use them all with 10 and 20. Let's say if I need to combine 20 and 15, all I need to do is I will go here. Actually, I need to go here and create a storage pool. And storage pool is basically created when you need to combine a number of disks. So what is another example in the real life? Let's say these are small disks. But let's say in your environment, in your company, you need, let's say, 100 TB of a disk. 100 TB of a disk, and at the moment in the market there is no 100 TB disk available. Let's quickly look for a 100 TB disk. I think the maximum size of a disk is, so let's say I need 100 TB disk. 100 TB disk, 100 TB disk, which is not in one drive. The maximum that is available is kind of around 15 or 20 TBs at the moment. So here I have 12 TB of a disk. I have 10 TB disk. Let's see if I can find 100 TB. There is 10 TB, 2 TB. There is a combination. Yes, you can find this type of hardware in which you have many 10 TBs, and then they can combine it to be. So here it's saying this is a NAS drive which is 12 TB in size. So I mean, my point here is, let's say in your environment there is a requirement of having 70 TB of a disk. 70 TB of a disk, and 70 TB is not available at the moment. Maybe it might be available with Microsoft or maybe with VMware, these big joints with their billions of dollars of investment, but currently it's not available. So the only way to have that 100 TB is to get 10 TB disk and then combine it to one disk. So that is how it can be done. And then how do you do it? You will get 10 TB disk and then attach it to the server. 10 TB disk. So does it make sense? Yes, 10 TB disk. Attach it to a server and then make a pool of the disk. So I'm about to make a pool of a disk. So in your case, how do you make a pool of a disk? Just add 2 more new disks in the server, and then what you can do is you can go here. Let's keep looking at the screen. Sorry, here. Let's create a pool of a disk. So I'm about to create a pool of a disk. Pool is, remember the word pool, swimming pool. You have a pool of disk. I mean, it's a pool where you can take out something. So swimming pool is a place where you can take out water and use it elsewhere. So pool of information, or pool of something else in the life. If you know of any other type of pool other than swimming pool, please write it in
Carpool.
chat window. Yes, what?
Carpool, sir.
Carpool, excellent. Yeah, come up with the example so that It can look like, very good. Carpooling. Carpooling, why do we do carpooling? Because there are 4 people or 5 people can sit in one car and travel from one place to another. Okay, very good. So,
Adnan, I have a question.
yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so you are basically creating a new pool, but I want to ask you that if there is data on the other drives, and once the pool is created, what will happen to that data? Will it be safe?
Yes, a very good question. If there is a data on the disk, so first of all, it won't take any places, any disk. It won't take any part of the disk that is already in use. Okay, so let's say even if I select 10 GB, the 10 GB disk is already created, right? But it will take it take it part of the pool, but it won't let us make anything. So it won't destroy the data that is existing on the disk. It will just take the empty spaces that are available. Okay. Okay, so guys here, so new disk pool. So I'm about to create a pool. First of all, remember about the pool. So I mean, how do you remember about the pool? Whenever the word pool comes in the interview, okay, what do you know about the storage pools? Storage pool. So right away you think of swimming pool and car pool. So which means it's a combination of disks and you can use it as a pool. So this is the easiest way to remember it. And then how do you create a pool? All you need to do, you need to be in the server manager, then you come to the storage pool, and then here it is, you will create a new pool. So I'll cancel this, and then I will create it again one more time. So it's saying that it is available disk, and I'm about to create a pool. So guys, here you can see a strange word on the screen that is known as primordial pool. So primordial, they named it such. I think this means something, but this primordial pools mean that it is an empty pool and you need to create new storage pool. So I'm about to create a new pool. And how do I create a pool? I mean, exactly like how you create a pool at home. So if you have a if you have a large space at home, in your backyard, or maybe in your front yard, most of the time swimming pools are in the backyard. You need to dig a hole, and then you need to do all of the things that are required for the pool. This is exactly what we are doing in the server. First, we made sure that there are some extra disks available. Number one, if you don't have any extra disk available, you won't be able to use this option. Let's say if I try to use this on my other server, this option is not available on my other server that doesn't have extra disks available. You need to have the extra disk available, otherwise it won't let you use the disk. So on this server, which is server number 1, on this server number 1, if I go to server manager, and in the server manager, if I go to a storage pool, you can see that here, okay, here even if I have two extra disks available, this is why it is there. But let's see, on my server, I will use all the 3 disks, and let's see if I can create another pool. So you won't be able to create a pool. So I'm about to create a pool in this, and next I will call this new disk pool. So no, so here I will call this media storage. Media storage, I mean, just to give it a meaningful name, storage. So I'm about to give it a meaningful name. Why? Because in this pool, I am going to keep all my media services, which means I'm going to keep here videos, music, and training videos, and everything. So that is why I'm creating this pool, and this is why companies create the pool. So because they have a reason to create a big disk. So I'm going to create this, and in this case I am going to use all 3 disks here, and all 3 disks combined will give me 45 GB. So this is like you're using 10 GB, then 20 GB, then 15 GB. Total you will get is 45 GB. So here, and then next, and then create. So now the pool is being created, and here it's saying that could not create storage pool and unexpected error occur, cyclic redundancy error. So there is some sort of error while creating the pool. So I'm going to close this, and I think this is because of, I'm not sure 100%, but I think this is because of the 10 GB drive that is already in use. So let's see, I'm going to create a pool called media disk, and this time I'm not going to select the 10 GB. I'm only going to select the two that are not in use. So next, which is 35 GB. Yes. Okay. So that was because of the disk that is already in use. So in other words, yes, we cannot use even a disk that is used. So you have to have completely new disks that are completely not in use. Then you can create a pool. So I think that is the answer to Naveed's question, that what happens to the data that is already existing there. So pool is not even letting me create anything.
Maybe if you create this one and 4.97, which was leftover, then it will accept it, right?
Because no, even this is not even giving me that option to select the 4.9. It's only giving me the full disk. Right.
So Adami, what I understand that there were three different sizes disks. You combine them together.
Yes.
And storage pool is basically nothing but a data structure that groups different disks into a pool.
Yes, into a pool, and then use it as one disk.
Okay, yeah.
One disk.
Okay.
So here now the pool is created. So the next question is, so what happens after once the pool is created? Is it available within this computer, this PC? No, it's still not available, because we still need to make a volume out of this. So the pool is created. Now the next thing I need to create is a virtual disk. So I will create a virtual disk in this, and then it is saying that, okay, now you have this much of storage available. How many disks you want to create out of this? So from this, I can say I can use all of it. So I'm going to say this is my media disk, and then next and next. So now when you create a pool, it gives us three different options: simple pool, mirror pool, or priority pool. And then, so before going on, let me add this to the notes here. So we are talking about, so what we did so far, we added disks. So we talked about simple disk and volume. We already know about simple disk and raw disk and volume. So what is a raw disk? Raw disk is basically a disk unusable disk, or it is also unformatted disk, right? And then what is a volume? Volume is formatted disk and usable disk, and the disk has a volume also has a drive letter. Okay, volume also has a drive letter and can be seen in Windows Explorer, which is basically this PC. So if you go to this PC location, you will be able to find the volume. And then the next thing we started, we talked about, so here raw disk and add this. The next thing we talked about is storage pool. Storage pools. Storage pool is a storage pool. It's an option in which we can combine many disks and make it one big disk. Where is it used? Where is it used? Used in large, it is used in large organizations. It is used in large organization for storing documents and media. Documents and media. For example, it's a huge big storing. It's a huge big entertainment industry, or it's a company that is attached to media services like TV channels and movies, Netflix. So they need bigger storage because they have videos and all that. So in these organizations they use storage pools, and storage pools we can basically combine many disks and make one big disk. So how many disks do we need? So in the lab, what we did, we need 2 disks. So here, what you need to do at home, add 2 disks. Add 2 disks. One is, let's say, 20 GB. The second one is 30 GB. And then all you need to do is go to log into server. Go to server manager. And then go to file and storage services. Go to file and storage services. Somebody is feeling so comfortable. Wow, man, it's that comfortable at home. So file and storage services.
None other than Bhatti Saab.
Guys, you can, I mean, this is excellent, you know. So here, guys, file and storage services, file and storage services. Just let me quickly look at the 3:34. Okay. We have 1 hour and we have very important information to cover here. So how many people do we have here in the class? So we have Asher Ali. Asher Ali. Asher Ali. Asher Ali. Am I seeing this for the first time? I think. Okay, it's fine. We have Ashish. We have Alamgir, we have Human, we have Naveed, we have Salim. Okay, very good. No, it's fine. It was enjoyable. You don't need to say sorry, Alamgir. I mean, this is excellent. Okay. Okay. So where are we? Where are we now, guys? We are reaching to a very important part of this lecture. We are reaching to a very important part of this lecture. We started slow. We started soft in the morning. Okay, so it was my morning. Now it's not my. So we started soft at the start of this lecture, and now we are getting to a very very important point where I need your full attention. Where I need your full attention, because we are about to talk about the high availability of these disks. So guys, think of this storage. So before I go on, in the lab we added 2 disks, 20 GB and 30 GB, and log into the server. So I would say that everyone should have the lab ready with 1 server with these disks available. And I'm not sure if Mr. Asher Ali, if you have this lab as well. If you don't have the lab, then you can stay at the end of this lecture and I can help you out with this. But if you have this lab available with 2 servers and with these disks, just let me know in the chat window that what environment you have. Environment you have in here, or if you're already part of this class and you're using a different name, so just let me know. But because I just wanted to make sure that everybody is on the same page. Everyone is on the same page. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, Asher, it's fine. I can help you out with this. So please make sure that you just stay after the class, and we can just build it. Okay, so guys, here we can think of the lab 20 GB, 30 GB, log into the server. Guys, remember, everyone. When I am delivering these trainings, I don't have my focus that I'm seeing the real environment, and based on that I'm teaching, I'm delivering these trainings. So my focus is not on the academic side of this training. My focus is not on the books. My focus is not on, although I'm following the books just to make sure that all important topics are covered. So whatever we are learning in this class, this is directly related to the real life environment. Okay. So here we have two disks, then we log into the server, we went into the server manager, we went into the file and storage service, file storage service option, and from there we went into the storage. From there we basically went into the, so this was our lab where we basically we are in the storage pool. Yes, then we went into the storage pool. And in the storage pool, so in the storage pool, then we created a pool of storage. So which means that we combined, when we created a pool, the pool was made out of two disks. Pool was made out of two disks, which is pool was made out of two disks, which is disk 10 GB in my case, and the second disk was 15 GB. So the first disk was 20 GB, and the second disk is 15 GB. Now, guys, since the pool is created, so the pool size is 35 GB. 35 GB. Now, guys, what can we do with this 35 GB? With this 35 GB, we have three options. One is that I can create a simple volume. I can just create a very simple volume of size 35 GB. So this can be done. I can create a very simple volume of 35 GB, and then the next drive letter, whatever is available, for example, it will become a G drive. So this is one option. But guys, in the storage pool, it gives me two other options. I mean, if I would have made just a simple volume, I can just, without even making the pool, I can just create a simple volume from a simple disk. I can just make a simple disk. But here in the pool, I can also make something called a mirrored volume. Mirrored volume is, let's say if I say that I need a mirrored volume, then what the pool will do, it will divide the disk in two, and then it will create two disks. So it will create, let's say, out of 30 GB, if it is 35 GB, then it will be the half of 35 GB. So let's say if it is 30, it will create one drive of 15 GB and one drive of 15 GB. I mean, I'm just taking an example of 30 GB disk. I'm just taking an example of 30 GB disk. So mirrored of 30 GB. Now what it does, basically, it will create only one drive, and it will keep the other 15 GB as a mirror. And what will be the advantage? Advantage is that everything that you do in drive 1 will be copied into drive 2. So this is why it is known as mirrored. You can remember from the word mirrored, since it is a mirror drive, and it basically provides of some sort of high availability. It provides some sort of high availability in which it is, if one drive goes down, then the second drive is available. So one drive, you won't leave, you won't lose your data. So whatever is in one drive, it will be copied into other drives. So here I'm just gonna give a small definition. Creates two drives out of one drive, and keep the second drive for backup. In mirrored, it In mirrored, one disk is automatically copied to the other disk.
So does that take time, or it mirrors right after?
It is live. It is live. It won't take any time. So whatever you're doing it on one disk, it will be copied to the other disk as well at the
Right away?
same time.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So the one disadvantage of this type of high availability is that if you have a corruption on drive 1, it will be copied on drive 2 as well. So that is only one disadvantage in mirroring, that if you have a corruption on in the operating system, it will be copied on the other. But then what is the advantage? Advantage is that other than corruption, if you accidentally deleted something, you can still get it back from the other. No, actually, if you accidentally deleted something, then it is gone from the other drive as well. But okay, no, if there is a hardware failure, of one drive, you can still have a copy of everything on the other drive. So this is why I said this is not a full high availability, but some sort of high availability. That if there is a hardware failure on one drive, you can still get it back from the other disk. But the flip side is the pro. So I'm gonna write pro here. Pro is if one drive, if one drive, uh, if one drive experiences a hardware failure, your data is still safe. Your data is still safe in the other drive. But what is a con for this? What is a disadvantage of this? The disadvantage of this is, if there is an application corruption, if there is an application corruption, then the second disk will be affected as well. So that's the disadvantage of mirroring. But in order to cover that, Microsoft provides the third option, which is known as parity, P-A-R-I-T-Y, parity disk. Parity option. In parity option, this is all covered. And where am I getting this information, guys? I am getting it directly from this screen. Remember that we created a storage volume. So I'm going to quickly go back here, and then remember that we were before. So let's recap where we were before. So we were in the server, right? And in the server, we added 3 disks. How many disks we added? 3 disks we added. And within the 3 disks, when we added 3 disks, the disk came here as offline. The disks were offline, and these were raw disks, and these were not usable disks. So in order to make them online, all we did, we right clicked on them and we bring them online, and then we make a volume. So one of the disks we used to make a volume of 2. So the 10 GB disk we took, I partitioned it to 5 GB and 4 GB. So that gave me 2 E and F drive. But the rest of the 2 disks, I decided to make a pool of the disk. So I went into the disk pool, and then I went to the, then I went into this pool, and I right clicked on this and created a pool, and then I created this pool of 35 GB. So next time when you are in the environment, when you are in the real environment, and your manager wants you to just ask you to go and check the disk configuration on this, guys, for all types of disk configuration, we always go to file and storage services. So yes, you can go here, and here it will show you the disk, but it doesn't show you the real disk configuration. The real disk configuration is always in the server manager and file and storage services. And within the file and storage services, volume will show you the live disks, but disks will show you the real number of disks in the server. in the server. And then from the disk we can make a pool, and the pool has many advantages. One advantage of pool is that you can combine many disks and make them one disk. This is the first advantage. And the second advantage of a pool is that you can create a mirrored volume or parity volume, or you can simply make one simple volume as well. So if I go to new virtual disk in here, and then I go into it's saying that okay, you want to use this pool, and so I can have many pools here. So for example, if I need to have more pools other than 35 GB, I can go here. So everyone, this is just to show you that you can just keep on making more and more pools. So I'm going to add 2 more disks. So I'm going to go to setting here, and you can do that in your computer as well.
Sorry for cutting into, sir.
Yes. Go
Uh,
ahead. No problem.
Sir, yeah. So basically, like once you create a raw disk, right? It's basically when it goes straight into the like storage pool, like physical pool, right? Um, which is not like still usable because it's not volume, right?
Right, right.
So after that, it goes in like you make it as a like storage pool after that, and after that you make it virtual disk, right? And from virtual disk you make a volume, right?
Right, right.
So like once you create a disk, so that means it's a physical disk.
So no, once we create a disk out of pool, you mean?
No, just before pool,
Yeah,
like
before pool it means that it's a physical disk. Yes.
yeah, so like it will go straight in the physical disks, right?
It will be considered as a physical disk. Yes.
So in this, like if you see the storage pool, so you see the physical disk. If I create a just like disk, it will come here where I can see the VMware virtual as like type files, right?
Right, right.
So my point is like before you like make a volume, so when you create a disk, that will go in physical disk, and from there you make a storage pool, right?
Exactly. That's the case. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It's a raw disk here in the physical disk. It's still
Raw
raw
disk
disk.
and physical disk is same. Raw disk is a physical disk basically.
Okay. Now it's clear. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
So guys, here what I did on this server, I added 2 more disks. One disk is 30 GB. The second disk is 40 GB. So add in your second server 2 more disks because I need to make another pool. I need to make a pool of 70 GB. So I already have a pool of 33 GB here in the back of the screen. I am making another pool just to show you that we can make many pools. We can make a pool for our web servers. We can make one pool for databases. We can make one pool for media services and all. So I just added 2 more disks here, 30 and 40 GB, and I'm clicking OK. As soon as I click OK, then I can go back to the disk. It will take few moments in here, and in this it's not available. I need to refresh this. Let's see if I can refresh and it can be here. Remember that it is being added. It's not recognized at the moment, and now it is. So now I can see that I have 2 more offline disks available. So I have 2 offline disks available. If I go to storage pool, I cannot see the 2 offline disks available. So which means in order for disks to be used in the pool, they must be online. So first I will go to the disk and I will make them online. You don't need to make a volume, just make them online. So just bring them online. So once the disks are online, then I can jump to the storage pool, and now I should be able to see the 2 more disks here. So it's just recognizing, it's just whenever you need to do, just refresh here, and in here, I still don't see them. Why am I not? I think it will take few minutes before I can see them. So I'll leave that as is, and then first let me create the volume here, and then I'll come back here. So it will load in few minutes. I think there it's just preparing. Actually, hold on. Right click on this and initialize. I think, do I need to initialize? No, I don't need to initialize. Uh, Okay, I'm initializing this, and probably because I don't need to format them before using them in the pool. If I go to the pool now, okay, it's still not available. Okay, I'll just give it few minutes before I can use it. Uh, So here, what I can do here, I can create, so I'm using the older pool. I'll just wait for the other disks to be available. So I will create a new disk here and then go next, and here, go next here. And then I will name this new virtual disk. So this virtual disk is, let's say this disk is for my media files. This disk is for my media files, and next, and next. And here I can choose to create a simple volume. I can just create one volume of this complete 35 GB. So let's say if I go and create a simple volume, then it is saying, is it a thin provisioning or fixed provisioning? So thin provisioning is basically, I can create one disk of 33 GB, but the space will be used as per use, which means that so this basically simply means that if I take a disk of this, so where is this? Okay, okay, right here. Yes, so in here, so I am on the screen. My server manager is closed. Okay, server manager, and in the server manager I was in, it's just loading it, and then I'm in the storage pool, and within the storage pool I was creating a virtual disk, and within the virtual disk I am using media. So I'm just typing media here, and this time I'm creating a simple volume, and simple volume is two options. One is basically called simple and thin. So we are trying to understand simple and thin. So here I will use annotation here. Okay, so what is simple and what is thin? So guys, thin provisioning and fixed provisioning, and this is a cloud concept, and you will be needing this concept as being a cloud admin as well. And the thing, and the thin and fixed provisioning is this. Let's say I had a disk 1 and I have disk 2. So I have disk 1 and I have disk 2, and then I combined them to make one pool. So I made a pool of disk, which is now became this disk. So this disk was, let's say, 5 GB in size, and this is 10 GB in size. I have the pool of disk that is now available 15 GB. Now the second thing it is asking that, do you want to make it a simple disk or a mirror disk? So we said we need to make a simple disk. Now, as soon as you make a simple disk, the next question it is asking that, do you need to make it a thin provision or do you need to make it a fixed provision? Now, fixed provision, first to understand, fixed provision is exactly this case where it is saying that as soon as 15 GB disk is available, 15 GB is mine. All the 15 GB will be used for media. So remember that I named it for media files, which means that all 15 GB will be allocated. So fixed means that it is a fixed, it is a complete disk. Whereas thin provisioning in this case is, if I can change this to,
Which means you cannot partition it, right, sir?
no, you can partition. You can partition. Hold on. Okay. it right here. Yes. So the thin provision, no, thin provision is this concept. In the thin provision, yeah. Man, where is the pen here? Pen, 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 pen. Yes, this one. Okay, so guys, let's understand thin provision. Thin provision is, although I am taking 15 GB out from this disk, so 15 GB, but it will only give me the disk, it will only provide me the disk that I am in use. So for example, it will give me a big empty space of media services, but as soon as I start using this disk as a media, so let's say I created one video and saved it here, then it will take only that part of the disk and it will give it to me. So for now, from 15 GB, I only use 2 GB. And then rest of the 13 GB is still with the pool. And then later on, I created another file that was 1 GB in size. So now my media, now this disk is the size 3 GB, but rest of the 12 GB is still with the pool. So this is a big difference between thin provision and fixed provision. Fixed provision is that as soon as you used fixed provision, it will give all 15 GB to you. But if you select thin provisioning, if I go with this option, it means that it will give me the space, but it will give me as per my use. So the first I use 2 GB, 13 GB still available for someone else to use. So this concept is known as thin provision or fixed provision. So in this case, this is how it will be. So I'm going to go with fixed provisioning. Fixed provisioning is simply the case that I am going to use the complete 15 GB for my.
Lump sum, right?
Yes. Sorry.
Lump sum.
It is a full disk. Yes, it's a fixed disk. And let's go with definition. Thin provision is the volume uses space from the storage pool as needed up to the volume size. So I use 3 GB, 12 GB is available for others. Then I used 4 GB, 11 GB is available for others. But fixed means the volume use spaces from the storage pool equal to the volume size, which means that as soon as I use a fixed provisioning and I use all 15 GB, it will be all mine. Now it is asking, okay, so from this space, how much do you need? So I would say maximum size. So I'm using the maximum size of this, which is 33 GB, and I create this. So now it is giving me one complete full disk of 33 GB in size, and it's done. So here, now since the disk is available, it will start another menu and it will create the volume here. So here it is creating the volume. I'm gonna go with next and 25 GB, and it will be the drive letter G. Okay, now let's quickly jump back to our slides here, guys. So here in lesson number 2, it was talking about what are the disk volume. We spoke about disk volume here, and there is something called simple volume, spanned volume, striped volume, mirrored volume, and RAID 5. We will talk about this, but this screen you already know. You have seen this screen here that there are 3 different disks. Now by just looking at the image, you know that what this is, right? You can read the screen that this server has 6 disks available. Out of 6 disks, how many are offline? There are 2 offline disks and 4 online disks. Guys, the main thing about learning all these technologies is that you should be able to read the disk information. So before all this information, you would not able to understand, okay, what is online, what is offline. This simply means that you are looking at all of the raw disks here. If you would have clicked on the volumes are formatted disks. This is the total number of disks that are available. And the disk management utility is also another utility in which you can see the same information. So this place, server manager, is the newer utility, whereas disk management is the older utility. So let's look at the server manager. I'm going to close this. So server disk management, I can type disk. I can type disk management. And let's see if it can find disk management. Okay, it's not finding disk management. Then I can go from tools and I can find it. Computer management. So we can go to computer management, and within the computer management, there is an option for disk management. But disk management, guys, it's an older tool that was used before. So this is right here, storage, disk management. So this one. And in this, so we used to use it before. No, we don't use it anymore, but this also gives us, you can see based on the graphics, it is showing the same information. It is actually showing us the same information, C drive, E drive, F drive, G drive, and it is showing us the volumes here as well. But this is an older way of looking at the thing, and server manager and this volume and disk is the newer way of looking at the thing here. We have, what is the time now? The time is 10 and we have 30 minutes to go on this. You need a 2 minutes break because I need to discuss a very, very important topic here, and then we can continue. So 2 minutes break, or we just continue and finish this in next 25 minutes. Can you type your response in the chat window, everyone, please? I know that it's normally a long lecture, but you know it comes just twice a week. Okay, so let's take a 3 minutes break, guys. 3 minutes break is fine. Just freshen up. 3 minutes break. I understand we do need a break, so I do understand. I know what do you call? So here, let's. Just a 3 minute freshen up break, and then we can discuss three very important things here about the disk. Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the break, and let's continue. Let's make this last 22 minutes valuable based on our time, guys. We know that. I know how precious the time is for everyone. Time is the one thing that we don't have because of huge, big responsibilities around us. So let's make this 22 minutes. The most valuable one. Okay, excellent. So guys, here the topic we are still at the storage topic. So guys, the main goal of all these topics. So I'm telling that to all of you here because we are all new to this environment. Some of you already know all this. Some of you already know some of the information. Maybe for some of you it might be new. So if you're able to understand, if you're able to understand 40% of this lecture, I mean, my goal is to basically give you 80% of the lecture. But if you're able to understand 40% of the lecture or 50% of the lecture, that will be excellent, excellent. I mean, global statistics out there is that out of all universities, colleges, global is that out of all lectures, you can only get 40%. Rest of the 60% you have to work hard. That we did work hard. I mean, we all came out of universities, we all came out of colleges. It's not something that we are just starting now. In university we all study on ourselves. So my point here is, don't be discouraged if something is very difficult for you. It looks difficult for you, but trust me, at the end of this training you will be on another level. Then at the end of the next training you will be on another level. And then so combined all efforts of the three trainings will give you the full confidence. Okay, so here today we talked about the disk. Today we talked about, so my point is, bear with me on this. Bear with me on this. We are basically learning these, and we will at the end we will combine all this, and combined all this can make you a system admin or a cloud admin. Okay. So the next thing before we can finish today, I wanted to talk about RAID levels in storage. So I wanted to talk about. I still need to. I know that we still need to understand mirrored and the striped volume. That will be understood in here in the RAID discussion. So in the RAID discussion, I'm not going through the slides here because the slides have so much information, and I will share with you the slide for your own reference. But here I wanted to. So it's all in the slide as well. So in the field here, in the real field, there is something called a RAID level here. So before we can go on, just quickly 1 minute on this slide. This slide is showing us the PowerShell information in order to get the same thing done through PowerShell. I mean, if you want to experience these commands and these commands, let me copy these commands into the chat here. So the chat, can I chat with everyone? Okay, hold on. And everyone in the chat, I'm copying these commands. So you can try these commands in the PowerShell, and I'm also going to copy that in the PowerShell commands, so that when you get the notes here, you will get these commands as well. So try these. So for example, one of the command, where do you run it? So when you're on the server, just open PowerShell, which is this window, Windows PowerShell, this window. Once you open this, you can go here and then open PowerShell. You can right click on this, and actually you don't need to right click. You will open this as this. And once this prompt opens, you can run one by one command. For example, you can say get dash. So first command is disk. Get dash disk and enter. It should give you the number of disks available. So it's just checking that information. So it is giving you exactly the same information. It has these disks and 60 GB, 10 GB, 30 GB, 40 GB, 26 GB. right? And then the second command is clear disk or initialize disk or get volume. So I'm not gonna clear and initialize, but I'm gonna get volume. Now with PowerShell, you don't need to completely write a command. What you can do is you can type get dash, and instead of writing the complete word volume, you can click the tab button. You can click the tab button. You know where the tab button is? It is right above the caps lock. It is right above the caps lock on your keyboard. So tab button, it should automatically complete the word. So it is okay. So it's not completing. So I would need to, because there are many words that start with V. So let me give it some more words and then it will give the complete word. So get volume. So now it is giving me the volume. So guys, please try that on your servers, on your machines as we go on, because this now became your memory. This now became your memory, and now you can say, I ran some PowerShell commands as well, not just for the sake of saying, but for the sake of experience. For the sake of experience, so PowerShell command, I will keep on letting you know. I will keep on giving you more and more PowerShell commands for your for your experience. Okay. So these were simple command. Okay. Now let's go on to the topic that I
Sorry,
wanted.
Adnan bhai.
Yes, go ahead.
Adnan bhai, I want to ask you one question that I use, like after watching your videos, I use the disk part command,
Yes.
and the prompt basically converted into the disk part, right?
Right.
How do you get out of it actually?
So I'm going there now. So I'll go to here, the prompt, and then I will go into disk part. Disk part. So as soon as you're in this command, I think, you can say view list, and there are some other commands as well. So if you type question mark, it will give you the help, and then you can just say list, and then list disk. So it has these commands, same command that is like get disk in PowerShell. Now, in order to get out of this here, you can press Control C. Control C. When you press Control C, it will get you out of this command and take you to the normal command, normal prompt.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and in the notes, so during this time between between these days, we can do this. We can do this. So today is what? Today is Monday. Is it? It's Monday evening, right? With you guys.
Yes,
Yes,
it's
yes, sir.
31st August here.
It is 31st August. Okay, excellent.
And third class.
Right. And so I'm about to ask you, can we spend like 2 hours tomorrow on this, maybe more practical? How many of you are available tomorrow as well? I mean, from time to time, whenever I get a chance, I will keep on asking you. Maybe we spend some more time in the lab tomorrow, between 8 and 10, 8 p.m. and 10 p.m.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think everybody will be home.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect time, sir.
Okay.
Let's...
Okay, Naveed is
Well, it's
saying not good
not
for
good
me.
for me.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Let me know. Okay, that's fine. I mean, this is just an extra time. I mean, you can spend that time on your own labs as well, but you still have to complete the labs. So, okay, no problem. We can set some time in the weekend. We'll try to set some time in the weekend. Okay. So guys, here, the topic that we wanted to discuss in this last 15-17 minutes is RAID. So RAID basically provides us high availability, and there are two types of RAID, which is disk mirroring and disk parity. This is the same thing. What is in the storage pool? We were trying to discuss the disk mirroring and parity. Now here on the screen, there is something called, there are three RAID levels. There is known as RAID 0, then RAID 1, and then RAID 5, and then RAID 6. So basically, we need to remember the four RAID levels. Number one, RAID 0, RAID 1, RAID 2, RAID 5, and RAID 6. So what is this all about, everyone? I know that this is the last 15 minutes, and everyone might be exhausted after this 3.5 or 4 hour lecture. But at this point, I want your full attention. If possible, please give me your full attention. Everyone is attentive. Please type yes in the chat window if you are attentive. I know, guys, this is like maybe in a kindergarten where I'm trying to kind of get your attention. So however I can get your attention, I'll be okay. So guys, everybody is attentive. Excellent, very good, because this is a very important. This is a very important concept that we need to remember. So first of all, how many types of RAIDs are available? So there are 4 types of RAIDs are available. Okay, so Human is saying, sorry, my computer was shut down. Is it now on, Human? You don't need a computer for this. I mean, for this one, you can just look at the presentation, maybe on your phone as well. Okay, so first of all, there are 4 types of RAIDs available. 4 types of RAIDs available. What is RAID used for? RAID is used for providing disk the high availability. It provides the disk high availability. Now, why do we need high availability for a disk, guys? Just think of disk is basically the disk is basically a backbone of your complete, or if I can say, storage is a backbone of your complete internet. Storage or disk, storage is a backbone of your complete technology. Disk is a backbone of your complete technology. Today, at this point, if the disk or storage of the world goes down, your complete technology fails. Your complete internet is basically based on this storage technology. Okay, I will take your question in a moment, but let me complete this. So, which means the disk is the very important part of technology. And what is in the disk that is important part of the technology? It's the data. Your all complete IT industry is based on the data that there is. So telecom companies work on the data. Hospitals, patient records are the data. Airports, passengers traveling, all are data. So basically everything is revolving around this data. And where is this data sitting? Is in the disk. So for that reason, there is so in order to protect that data, we have 4 ways to protect that data. First way is known as RAID level 1. RAID level 1 simply means that it is mirror drives. So in this type of protection of a disk is that one disk is divided into two disks, and the second disk becomes the mirror of the other disk. Second disk becomes the mirror of the other disk. Now in this case, let's say we have 4 disks. We have one disk available. So one disk, and it has 4 partitions, and all the 4 partitions are part of the other, are mirrored on the other side. So the disk 1 is, so in this case we require 2 physical disks, or 2 physical disks are required in this case. And 2 physical disks, we will only get 1 disk for use. So in this case, we only get 1 disk in use. Why? Because the second disk is used for mirroring. Second disk is used for mirroring. And what is the advantage? The advantage is if disk 0 goes down on a hardware level, so not on the software level, I'm talking hardware level, meaning maybe the head is corrupted. Maybe there is a mechanical fault with the disk, then don't worry, you have a second disk available. Users will still be able to get all the data from the second disk. But what is the disadvantage in this? So it only covers the hardware failure. It doesn't cover the software failure. Why it doesn't cover the software failure? So it covers the software failure is not covered because whatever corruption happens here will be copied on this disk as well. But so this is the cheapest type of disk protection. This is the cheapest type of disk protection. I will take your questions right after this. So second type of hardware, second type of availability is known as RAID. Actually, hold on. So the second type of is RAID level 0. RAID level 0, which is this one. Okay, we started with RAID 1. So this is the second type of high availability. Again, this is a high availability option. And in this, what happens is it is stripe set without parity or mirroring. This is a stripe set of without parity and mirroring. So in this case, what happens is this is known as stripe set. So in interviews, if they ask you, what do you know about RAID 0? So your answer should be, it is a stripe set. Now, what is a stripe set? In stripe set, half of the data sits on disk 0 and half of the data sits on disk 1. So half of the data. So if the data goes, remember that that any data in disk is converted into ones and zeros. So if I say the word, so I'm going to take that same example. If I say the word Adnan, or if your name, that will be converted into 110, whatever the conversion is, and then this data will be saved in this manner. Let's say if this is the data that needs to be saved, this bit will saved in this, and the second bit will go right here. The third will go here, the fourth will go here, and the fifth will go here, and sixth will go here. Then what is the big advantage of this? The big advantage is the speed. You will get more speed of data, the speed of read and write. Speed of read and write. Why? Because you're getting the power of 2 disks and all of the data is saved. But this is not a kind of high availability option. This is not providing you any benefit. If one disk goes down, then you can get the data from the other disk. No, this is only giving you high speed. Why? Because there are double number of cylinders. Sorry, there are double number of heads that are reading each information. So I mean, you can imagine that you have disk number 1, and disk number 1 has metallic plate, remember, and then it has a head. So in this case, in order to read the data, you have double the number of heads and you have double the number of machines here that is reading for you. So RAID 0, what it gives us, it gives us speed. RAID 0 gives us speed. It doesn't give us high availability. So RAID 0 is used whenever you need more speed. You can buy 2 disks and put them in a RAID 0 type of configuration. Guys, at this point, do not worry about how do we do RAID 0, how do we do RAID 1, how do we do RAID 5. We are just understanding the concepts here. So RAID 0, name of the RAID 0 is parity set, number 1. And number 2, it gives us more speed. Why does it give me more speed? Because it has more motors. It's simply, this has, let's say it has 5 metallic plates. So it means that it has 2 heads. So 2 heads is better than 1 head. So in this case, there will be, how many heads will be there? There will be 4 heads. So 4 heads reading for you. So you can see that the speed is very, very fast. So RAID 0 doesn't give us high availability. It only gives us performance and speed. Whereas mirroring gives us high availability, but then it doesn't give us speed like RAID 0. So this only gives me high availability of hardware failure. Then the people started asking that how do we protect against software failure? I mean, yes, okay, I understand that we can use 2 disks and then have them mirrored, and then it gives me hardware failure. If one disk goes down, I have everything available in the second disk. But what about the software failure? Guys, this is where they came up with RAID 5. RAID 5 is a combination of high availability and performance. In RAID 5, what happens is, in RAID 5, all of this data is basically copied into all of the disks. So for example, the minimum requirement for RAID 5 is the minimum requirement. So guys, what do we know about RAID 0? RAID 0 was RAID 0, if you can type that in the chat window, RAID 0 was just for speed. RAID 0 was speed, right? And then what is RAID 1? RAID 1 is high availability.
Sir, I have a question. Is it okay, or you want to carry on first?
I just want to, so just
Sure,
give me
sure.
5
Sure,
more minutes on this.
no, take your time. Take your, sorry, my bad.
No, it's fine. So RAID 0 is speed. RAID 0 is high availability. RAID 5 is a parity set with it's with parity. It's a disk with parity. Now, before we can understand these technical words, here, Let me quickly, I think there is a presentation on this. So hold on. Okay. Okay, so RAID 5 is just this, guys. RAID 5 is, and I will take your question, just give me a few more minutes here. So RAID 5, minimum requirement of RAID 5 is 3 disks. You need to have 3 disks here. Guys, just in 2 minutes, this will be 100% clear. So we need to have 3 disks. And in RAID 5, what happens is it creates a backup of each disk on the other 2 disks. So for example, it will take this area of the disk, and this area is called parity information. This area is called parity information, and everything in this drive, everything in this space is being copied into this place here. So this will be copied here, and this will be and here. So this area is basically a backup of all the 3 disks. Now the biggest advantage is if one disk goes down, then this third disk will be automatically made with everything that is present in this parity information. So basically it will protect us against one disk failure. So this will protect us against one disk failure. One disk failure, why? Because everything of this disk is present in the other 2 disks, and everything of this disk is present in the other 2 disks. So this is how RAID 5 can protect us for one disk failure. Then people came out with saying that, one disk failure, what do you mean one disk failure? We need 2 disk failure. So one disk failure is 2 less. So for 2 disk failure, then they came out with something called RAID 6. So RAID 5 and RAID 6 is exactly the same thing. It is just that in RAID 6, it can protect against 2 disks failure, and RAID 5 is protection against only one disk failure. Then what do you need to remember about RAID 5 and RAID 6? The only thing you need to remember about RAID 5 and RAID 6 is that whenever you have 3 disks, you basically are using the storage of 2 disks. Why? Because the size of the disk, so this area will have the backup of the other 2 disks. So if one disk goes down, it can create the third disk with this information. Okay, so I'll start taking your questions. Guys, in this quick discussion, we discussed 4 RAID levels. One is RAID 0, which is combination of 2 disks, and it gives us speed. Then we discussed RAID. I'll take your question. We'll take RAID 1 is mirroring. It doesn't give us speed, but it does give us high availability against hardware failure. RAID 5 will give us hardware failure and software failure as well. Even if software goes down, you can create the third disk. So before Naveed's question, let me take Wasim's question.
Sir, I have 2 questions. First question is, when you call high availability means the what you call the instance reaction of the hard drive means if something get bad.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
High availability simply
This is
means
what my
what
understanding.
happens after crashing. What happens
Yes,
if
okay.
something crashes?
Now the second question is, because all these disks are based on the volumes, right?
Right.
What happened if RAID 0 had 2 volumes and 1 volume got down? So second volume gonna work, or both of them gonna be collapsed?
No. So yes, a very good question. Let's say disk 1 has 2 volumes, volume 1 and volume 2. So what happens is that think of a user who was connected to this disk here. Now, as soon as this disk completely goes down, what happens is users will automatically be diverted to disk number 2. So which means for a user, it doesn't matter if volume 1 goes down or 2 goes down. Computer or server will automatically let him use the other volume. In the meantime, we can fix the corrupted volume.
Okay, got it. So it's mean if we go further, RAID 1, RAID 2, and RAID 6. So RAID 6 is better than 0 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 5, obviously, because they
yes. That
right?
is the main thing. RAID 6 is the more expensive one, but it is the best high availability
option. Okay. So usually for the system admin or the usual environment where 100 and 200 users, they use RAID 3 or 4 because 6 looks like used for the cloud computing. Is that correct?
Yes. So the question, everyone, is which RAID is more famous within the environment? So the answer to this question is normally RAID 0 and 1 is rarely used. So people, because there are some disadvantages here, people don't use RAID 0 and 1. Most of the time, people use RAID 5 or RAID 6, which is one disk protection, and 6 is and this one is 2 disk protection. So mostly they go with 5 and 6.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Adama, you mentioned that for RAID 5 minimum requirement is
3 disk.
3 disk. But what is the minimum requirement for RAID 6?
RAID 6 minimum 4 disk. Very good question.
4.
Yes. Okay, so everyone, we have already 3 minutes over. So in today's lecture, we spoke about disk. We worked on some of the disk, and I am based on my request. And thank you for everyone whoever were able to go through the labs here. So the labs that we completed were right here. So we are going step by step here, guys. Don't worry about it. Some information is not understandable, and this happens in all types of trainings. First, it is difficult. This is why you're here. We are learning. So do not feel overwhelmed when there is so much information, guys. There's so much information, and the part of information will make you expert. So right here, I requested that you try Nano Server once, at least once try Nano Server. If you're not able to try, then we can try after Hyper-V lecture. So if you're not able to do this, this is fine, but you should be able to finish 4A, 4B, and 4C. 4A, 4B, and 4C, this will give you more. So if you finish that last week, within these days, before the next lecture, try redoing it, delete the environment and redo it. Okay. Okay. Excellent, guys. I will be here for the next 10 minutes and the recording will be available in few hours. So since we had made this in Zoom, so if you have any questions at all, you can ask me, and I will be here. So I need to speak with Usher, and if whoever wants to speak with me, just let me know. We can just speak now. Uh, Today's lecture is finished. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for your patience, and I will see you in the next lecture. And one more thing, sorry, one more thing. The invite that I sent is showing Monday and is showing, I think, Tuesday and Friday. So this is not, this is only for, it was only for today. The next will show the same invite because I was not able to book for in the past. I was not able to book this meeting in the past because for me it was passed in the Zoom. So for that reason, you saw the different, but schedule is exactly the same.
Sir, I have a question. Sir,
Yes.
this ray which you teach us, sir, where we can use, like which environment mostly it's used? For example, in banking sector or like call center, where this application or this particular is using, sir?
Yes. So the question here is, where do we use RAID 1, 0, and 6? It is used in all the environments. The only thing is, the RAID is basically, this is basically set up by storage admin, not by us, not by cloud admin, not by us. We don't touch this. We don't even configure this. This is all done by storage admin. Storage admin are those special people who are expert of storages.
Right, sir. Okay.
But we need to know this information. Just for information, we need to know that we know what is RAID 1, 0. And when we prepare for interviews, this will be part of our summary.
Right.
Okay, good.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I just missed this RAID lecture. That's okay. I will discuss with Naveed and Wasim bhai. So just in short, is it role feature or what is it?
So is this
Actually,
Alamgir, right? Alamgir?
yes, sir. Some of my guests just came, so I was
Okay, okay.
not.
No problem, no problem. So this will be part of the recording. Please have a look at the recording as well, because this was a very, very important part.
Okay, sure.
So you upload this on YouTube or Google Drive?
I will upload it in the same drive and I will share it with you. So just give me some hours. Maybe I can upload it to YouTube and then make it private. So yes, please provide me your email addresses here in the chat window. Please provide me all your
Sure.
email addresses so that I can give you access.
Right, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, very good. And Ashar Ali, can we, do you wanna, is there a number I can reach you at, or you wanna talk here?
Sir, I have question. How can you get the access, like the notes, whatever you like teach us? Like,
So can you repeat your question? How can you get access to?
yeah, like whatever you teach us, like these notes, like
Oh, okay. So yes, so today I am going to make a drive. If I think the drive is not available, if it is available, I'll share it with the WhatsApp group. So I'll just organize everything and I'll share the information in the WhatsApp group.
Okay, thank you so much. Jazakallah.
Okay, very good.
Yes. No.
Okay, Lapis. So please share with me before leaving. Just share with me your email address and everything, so that I can provide you with the access. So Ashar, can you provide your number as well so that we can talk over WhatsApp? Okay, very good. Sure. Okay. Thank you, Human. Thank you. Good night for you guys. Okay. Thank you, Naveed. Okay. Thank you, Ashish. Allah Hafiz.
Okay, sir. Allah Hafiz. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.